am in the Street Side studio. We're in this one. So basically, they just swapped me and Nolan with WTAM. So we're in one of the middle studios now. But again, it's all had to be kind of reconfigured, and the rooms kind of look the same, and the tech is the same, but we have to. Bill's had to. He's been working for the last 48 hours, Bill, on the lighting and the.
I'm never not working.
And the video.
Well, there's two.
And all kinds. There's a handful of tweaks that I'll need to make to this room, but otherwise.
Our live stream, I think, just stopped, and then there's one scheduled for today that isn't going.
Yeah, that one should start any second.
Okay.
Because mine
was the other one showing up?
It was, and then it stopped, and then my YouTube brought up my favorite slot player, and I was like, maybe it is telling me something, and then now it started again. So maybe I don't need to go gamble.
So that one was okay.
Now we will.
Now there's a new one.
I don't know how I feel about my camera being on the other side of me, so that might be.
We can probably adjust that.
Yeah,
tomorrow.
that might be an aesthetic tweak that I'm going to want. Because
is that your bad side?
I don't have a great side, but I have to think.
Okay, now
you know what I mean? Like I'm growing my hair back out, so I just constantly look disheveled.
Yeah.
So I'm really trying to polish a turd here with how I look on camera. But anyway, again, I didn't get into radio to be on camera, but that's what it is now. But at the very least, I have always said that I would like to be just back in a room with no windows and just chatting with you, the audience. But again, 2 studios closer to Poundcake. Does he see it that way? No, he doesn't. No,
absolutely not.
And I don't think you can see us today, by the way, Cody. We're still
looking at you on the live
still
stream.
working on that.
Oh, okay.
Oh, he can see
You
us.
can see us?
I can see you on the
live stream.
On the live stream on YouTube.
But not the way you've been seeing us in the past, where you're in like on time with us.
We're back to being on a delay.
I will say this. We look the same. So if you are worried that maybe we're trying to pull a fast one on you, Poundcake, we're not. We look the same. We're just as collectively gorgeous as we've ever been. And, by the way, you have to walk down 2 studios fewer just to pop your head in and say hi. You can walk
which I rarely do.
Right down. Well, because it's that long walk all the way to Studio B. Now we're in Studio C. Coincidence? 100%, but nevertheless.
So now when we bring in guests, we still put them in that little room and then they have to walk down
Yes, that's right. I mean, they could sit at maybe if there was a vacant desk there or something there on the sales department.
You have a job for a little bit. Make some calls. You know anybody that's interested in advertising on radio?
Hey, the Yellow Fred, well, it's a business.
We'll turn it into a pyramid scheme.
Call them
Even
up.
more of a pyramid scheme.
There you go.
How come each studio doesn't have like a cute little couch, like a cute little iHeart couch outside of the door?
I think this room is bigger than our Street Side studio, so we could have something like that in here.
I love those little couches. They're stylish.
You need to have a couch for what? Tell me what a couch for.
No, those little.
He's talking about like a waiting room couch.
Where you piece them together and they can make a bigger couch. Those are cute.
Sack.
You mean sectional couches?
No.
What do they call when you build them in sections?
Well, it is a sectional, I guess, but these were specific iHeart Media couches, and they were like black and red.
Oh, black and red, yeah.
And they would put them together, and they would make. You could have a really big couch, or you could just have them individually and just scatter them all over the room.
Well, because at Oak Tree, didn't we have red leather couches in the lobby? Yeah. Where did those? Well, we don't have a lobby.
I think they sold those when they were doing the.
They sold them.
Well, they're not auction sold them, but like everybody.
Someone put it in the back of their pickup truck.
No,
and took them
they did that auction amongst all the employees.
Yeah,
and like you gave them $20,
and
then they donated all that money.
But like it's furniture, like we can use that. You don't have to sell it or throw it away.
It was auctioned to the employees. You should have bid on one of the red leather couches.
And then you could have bring it back.
I had no room for it at the time.
Well, then what are you worried about?
Because they're cute for here. We only have furniture in one of the little.
Now we have high top chairs everywhere.
Yeah, no one has a desk. No one has a studio. It's literally a free.
Oh, I know it. Yeah. In the immortal words of one Ted Nugent, the stakes are high, and so am I. It's in the air tonight. It's a free for all. So yeah, those of you who in the past have wanted to walk by and loudly bang on the window. Yeah, that was awesome, but those days are over.
You had your chance.
You had your chance.
We gave
By the way,
so many opportunities to come down to the window, and you didn't. So whose fault is it really?
And I'd also like to say thank you. I'd like to say thank you. There weren't many of you, sometimes unsolicited, sometimes solicited. But I'll tell you what, you girls who came up and mashed your cans. You mashed those big fat yams across our window there.
Dumped them out.
Thank you so
dumped them
much.
out.
Spilled them, dumped them, pressed them. We really do appreciate it. Not as many as I had hoped when we first moved down here.
Yeah, for real.
Don't get me wrong. That is in no small part of the reason. I go, look, we've given it a good year and some change, and I just thought there'd be more nipples. And so now,
like 3 or 4 at least, right?
well, now it's going. Gesundheit.
Yeah.
Now it's going to be limited to just the 6 in this room. But thank you, ladies, for.
And
doing
honestly,
that.
Bills are the best. So.
It's,
Well,
do you like
I gotta
pepperoni?
shave. I'm gonna have to. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right, I've got to take a break. Everything else remains the same. You want to join us on the phone, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. You want to text 35192, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell me to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
I got to ask, are you looking to switch your phone service? Well, what if there was a carrier that wasn't just another phone company? One that's brand new, built with technology for the next 50 years, not the last 50. Well, now there is. It's Boost Infinite Wireless, the only carrier that switches between its own network and the other top 2 networks to find the best quality calls and data for you anywhere, anytime. So why limit yourself to one network when you can get 3 and you get a low price unlimited wireless plan that gives you a new iPhone every single year? It's the power of new technology that gives you better service at lower prices. Boost Infinite Wireless. Boost Infinite Wireless. Call 855-55-BOOST. It's 1-855-55-BOOST. BOOST. BoostInfinite.com. That's BoostInfinite.com, or go to Amazon.com and search for Boost iPhone 15 today. See BoostInfinite.com for terms and conditions.
Nissan has a car for every driver who wants more. More action. More fun. More guts. More head turns. More adventure. More electric. At Nissan, more is all we do.
Fill your game day cooler with the refreshing taste of Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Smooth, real brewed tea with a 5% kick of alcohol. Look for the bright yellow cans. Twisted Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who specialize in saving the day and for the ones who've mastered the art of keeping business moving. We offer industrial-grade supplies for every industry with same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders, all backed by real people ready to help. So you can get the right answers and products right when you need them. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, Mackenzie here. If you've been looking for a car, truck, or SUV that's in stock and ready for immediate delivery, you'll find it today at Ken Ganley, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer. With 23 brands, 50 locations, and over 6,000 new and used vehicles in stock, you're sure to find the perfect vehicle at the perfect price. For the location nearest you, visit KenGanleyAuto.com. Ken Ganley, we drive Ohio.
Hey, it's Alan. I hope you can come hang out for the last Cox Out pregame of the season. Browns are in L.A., so I'll be set up at the Parma Tavern. We'll get going around 3:30. We'll have tickets and prizes, all kinds of swag for you. Somebody walks out with $300 in Visa gift cards. The last Cox Out pregame of the season this Sunday at the Parma Tavern with yours truly. It's all powered by Bud Light.
You know your holiday wish list better than anyone. So get the gift you really want. A new smile with Byte. Save up to $600 on your treatment journey during the Time Is Now sale. Order your impression kit for $14.95. Save $250 on clear liners. Get $120 off the Byte protection plan and get a free whitening kit worth $150. Use code NOW23 at Byte.com. That's BYTE.com. Plus, claim 25% off oral care products. Be confident. Be you with Byte.
right.
Level up your listening with Bose Quiet Comfort Ultra earbuds and headphones. Breakthrough immersive audio and world-class noise cancellation bring your fave holiday classics to life. Visit Bose.com/iHeart this holiday season and shop sound that's more than just a present.
The Rolling Stones, live. Stones Tour 24, Hackney Diamonds. Sponsored by AARP. Saturday, June 15th, Cleveland Browns Stadium. The Rolling Stones. The greatest rock and roll band in the world. Tickets on sale Friday at 10 a.m. at rollingstones.com. Your chance to see the Stones.
Save big every day during our 25 days of deals at Lowe's. Right now, get the lowest prices of the year on select major appliances. Get up to 45% off and save an extra $100 on every $800 you spend on select major appliances. And buy now, pay later with Lowe's Pay. Because Lowe's knows deals every day. Valid to 12/6. Appliance savings vary based on purchase amount. Exclusions apply while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for details. Subject to credit approval.
When something happens to your car, you might say,
well, that's just great.
Oh, perfect.
Awesome. How nice for me.
But what you really need to say is, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there to help you file your claim.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
iPhone 15 Pro on Verizon and other Apple gifts. Save on your shopping.
For a limited time, trade in any iPhone in any condition for a great deal on the new iPhone 15 Pro with titanium and iPad and Apple Watch SE with unlimited Ultimate. Additional terms and conditions apply. Go to your local Verizon store now.
Giant Eagle, Get Go, and Market District have locked in prices on more than 1,000 items across the store. And with every trip, you can earn My Perks good for free gas and groceries. Check out all the products on Price Lock at Giant Eagle, Get Go, and Market District.
Coming up tonight.
Up by Niag. Porter explodes out of the corner, ran into Mobley, and Mobley said no.
Evan Mobley and the Cavs battle the new-look Portland Trailblazers. Tonight at 6:30, beginning with Cavaliers Live on Bally Sports or streaming in the app.
Time is of the essence with COVID-19. Prescription oral treatment must be taken within the first 5 days of symptoms. If you have a high risk factor, ask your doctor if treatment is right for you.
I've launched a new show on the Hell and Gone feed, Hell and Gone Murder Line. Every week, I feature a new case and help as much as I can to get the word out about unsolved murders. Listen to Hell and Gone Murder Line on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
The Alan Cox Show. There's no news. Putting the me in lamestream media.
A lot of nonsense and fluff and sensationalism.
On 100.7 WMMS.
So I mentioned that a couple of weeks ago, well, it would have been the week before, the Friday before Thanksgiving, we had our Friendsgiving dinner. There were 5 couples in all, and we all went to the White Oaks. I'd never been there before, and I'd heard so much about it because it's just like old-timey restaurant that's been there, since the 20s or whatever, and so, median age in there is like 60, But it was fun, it was fine. But I got into a conversation with a couple of buddies of mine, and they were talking about all-you-can-eat shrimp and lobster and all that stuff. I guess it's shrimp, it's not lobster. But the all-you-can-eat thing that Red Lobster has been doing for a while.
Shrimp Fest.
Is that what it's called?
Yes.
Shrimp Fest?
There's like Shrimp Fest,
Festival
there's
of Shrimp.
Lobster Fest.
Yeah, I've never gone before, but they were like, oh, we got to go. And I go, well, no, because I don't like butter. And it's like, it's not like a real puss, but what do you want? I'm not going to sit there. I'm not going to eat endless shrimp with its scampi. It's in butter and garlic. It's not for me. And they go, no, well, you can get it. I go, can you just get like the raw shrimp cocktail type shrimp? And they go, I don't think so. It's either like deep fried or whatever. I go, do they do popcorn shrimp maybe?
Yeah. They do.
I mean, and they go, because my buddy is like a big guy. He's a firefighter, and he's talking about how his standing record at one of these things is like 87 giant shrimp or something like right. And I go, so how do they do this? You just go in and you order and they just keep bringing you shrimp? They're like, yeah. And so the 3 of us had made a plan to get, I'm like, I haven't been to a Red Lobster since high school, right? I said, we should really go and do this. Because I said, when do they do it? Is it seasonal? Blah, blah, blah. Well, anyway, I don't know if they're going to be doing it anymore because Red Lobster lost $11 million in the third quarter on endless shrimp. And I love the headline, Red Lobster misjudges people's hunger for endless shrimp. I'm like,
especially right now.
Have you walked around this country recently? Misjudged. They lost $11 million in the third quarter over their ultimate endless shrimp, which used to be Mondays only. But then they go, hey, people love this so much, we're going to put it on the menu all the time. And they proceeded to get chowed out of house and home on the endless shrimp. Now, traffic was up 4% from last year. There are 670 Red Lobsters around the country. They said that they had hoped that people would pick more items on the menu. But if you give them endless anything, that's what they're going to
I think it was only like $20 too. It was like it wasn't $75.
I think now it's like maybe 27 or 30, but it's still like
even that's
pretty
a bargain.
affordable.
It's cheap. It's not as expensive as it should be.
They raised the price from $22 to $25.
Yeah.
They said, we thought we wanted to bring more traffic into the restaurants. And this is the way these companies think. They go, all we need to do is get them in the door. And then let's see, what are they going to do? Opt for the $25 endless shrimp or go for the $36 lobster shrimp linguine Alfredo or whatever it is. Yeah, well, they kind of they took a bath on that. So I don't know if they're going to stop it altogether. I don't know if they're
probably
going
put more
to
parameters on it. It'll be like endless shrimp within reason.
Yeah.
It's like the old Chris Farley bit on SNL, that all you can eat. He goes, is it all you can eat or all you want to eat? They go, it's all you can eat. They're like stuffing food in his mouth. I'm sorry, it's all you can eat. They say we want to keep it on the menu, but we have to be much more careful regarding the price point. And So I may have missed my window for as long as it's been around. I just never took advantage of it because it wasn't on my radar.
And it's definitely not something that you would even maximize.
Everywhere.
There's no reason for Alan to do endless anything.
No.
Right. I was going to go with my buddies and do this.
Endless lettuce.
Yeah.
Endless lettuce. I can eat an entire
Endless
head of
spinach,
lettuce.
please. I don't want those empty. At least there's some vitamins in
It's got
spinach.
some nutrients.
Yeah.
That's right. Do I
So-
look better on camera now very quickly, Bill?
Yes,
Do
I think-
Okay, we switched the camera in
Yeah,
the break
take a-
because it was really driving
delay
me
should-
crazy.
And yours is
Catch up in
further
a sec.
away, Bill, too. Yours used to be like your head
Right
was
up my
the
nose,
whole,
yeah.
thing.
I still got to adjust mine because there's one. I swapped out Alan's boom arm, and so no one cares. It'll look good. And then I really want to get married and not be a ghost.
Dude, I'm just pale. That's it. It's just not gonna.
But there's something we can do. There's some. we
I
can
also
cheat it.
have. Red is the worst color for me to wear, but
right,
it's
take off
just
your
the
shirt.
hoodie that I grabbed.
You're
today.
not an autumn?
No,
Oh.
I'm a cool colors guy. I need greens, blues, purples.
Put your coat on. Put your coat on. Because you're
Hold
gonna
on.
probably put it on anyway.
I had more to say about
Oh.
Red Lobster. And now
Go
you're
ahead.
making me
We'll
take
we'll
my
pause
clothes
that.
off.
By the way, when I was shutting it all down in Studio B this morning, I looked at the thermostat.
Was it on heat?
It had gone from heat to cool, and I hadn't done anything to it.
I think it does that automatically.
That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying.
Does it look better with this grayish? I think this is a gray shirt, black shirt.
Pull the front down more. That might.
Yeah. Well, one more layer.
Just go down to your bra.
Red Lobster.
Red Lobster.
Mm-hmm.
I loved Red Lobster. It was like one of my favorite places. But because I only became allergic to shellfish in like 2014, 2015. I had my first legal drink at a Red Lobster. It was because my birthday is around Thanksgiving. So for whatever reason, we all went out to Red Lobster when my family was in town. And I remember because my brother was like newly religious. My 28-hour workday brother was like born again. And
How old was he?
Wow, this was, what year did I turn?
But he was a grown man who knew better. How did
Yes.
he come to the Lord?
Well, he was born again.
Lord.
We grew up Christian,
Ah.
and then he backslid and then came back.
Gotcha.
So I'm 34,
Mhm.
13 years ago, 2010.
Mhm.
Okay. So
A
I'm
baker's
21.
dozen.
Yeah. I'm 21, and I'm being a brat because he doesn't want me to drink, and he says there's no reason to get a drink and blah, blah, blah. And he's like barking down my throat about how drinking is sinning and being in excess and all this stuff.
There's nothing worse than a new convert.
Dude,
To anything.
I ordered a strawberry daiquiri and then with 2 extra shots of rum on the side. So I did one of the shots of rum and then I poured the other shot in there.
Is
to be
rum
like,
what's in a daiquiri?
Yeah, to be like, well, now I'm going to get drunk on this slushy just because you told me I can't. And I think I had 2 like that where it would have ended up being like 6 shots of rum in the hour and a half that we were at Red Lobster. So I was getting day drunk in a Red Lobster at my brother on my 21st.
At my brother,
This is
yeah.
my first like legal check my ID. I can order this drink.
It's not endless daiquiris?
Just add endless whipped cream and put it on a shot and take it with my tongue. And you know what? Dip a shrimp in it.
Keep bringing shrimp and daiquiris.
Put a shrimp in it like cocktail sauce, and the daiquiri is a cocktail sauce. And dip a chunky in it, and
yeah.
also have a crab legs.
Dip a chunky in it.
Everyone goes crazy over Red Lobster, and I've been.
Cheddar Bay biscuit.
The cheddar
I
biscuits
get it.
are
They're-
insanely
but
good.
They're not the best, honestly.
But how and when did Red Lobster, they made for the kind of restaurant they are, which never seemed cheap, they made a very conscious turn toward urban clientele.
Because seafood is supposed to be a luxury.
Well,
It's looked at as a luxury
I
because
thought
it's
it was
hard.
poor people in general.
Is that true?
But there's not a lot of places to get seafood in the hood. So Red Lobster is the closest thing you could get to that. Like not everyone lives by a beach
I don't even mean in the hood. There was, I don't know if there still is, but there was a Red Lobster like as an anchor restaurant in downtown Chicago. So I don't even mean the hood. I mean they consciously marketed toward urban audiences, and I was curious where that came from.
I think it's
really
because
think
of
it's
that it being looked at as fancy.
Well, and
so
that's the
you gotta
thing
get
is-
that red. Big J used to tell a story about like get that Red Lobster, like the way he did. It
If
was
people,
real funny.
even growing up, if someone took you to Red Lobster, that was like
It was a treat.
They really
loaded,
like
yeah.
you. Like
Okay.
they're balling out on you. Like this is luxury. I'm about to spend some coin on my girl. I'm gonna take
But I
you to
don't
the
ever-
Red Lobster.
I mean, it wasn't like going to McDonald's, but I don't ever remember it being like expensive.
But it's expensive for people who eat at Applebee's.
I see.
Correct.
So when you're like a family who's
It's the next tier up.
family.
Yes.
Okay.
If you're going to buffets and you are eating fast food, either Red Lobster or Hibachi are the two. Like this is a celebration dinner.
They have cloth napkins.
Yes, anything with cloth napkins.
We were Golden Corral, Ponderosa, and Hometown Buffet.
Yeah,
like that's
we did a lot of those.
what we got as kids.
Ponderosa, I was peak dining experience when I was a kid. And then I remember going to a restaurant where you didn't pick up your plate on the way in. And I was like, how am I supposed to eat? I ordered my food and there's no plates here. And my parents they bring it out on a plate. And I was like, well, how do we get the buffet? And she's like, there's not a buffet at every restaurant.
When I was a kid, the fancy restaurant near us was called Mr. Steak.
That sounds fancy.
Mr. Steak. And it was just me and my brothers at the time, so I was probably like 7 or 8. And like on a random Friday, we would go to Mr. Steak. And the hostess was this gorgeous brunette. And she had been there forever. Many years later, when I'm a high schooler and I'm getting a job waiting tables, she is the hostess at the fine dining restaurant that I applied to.
Wow.
And I see her, and I immediately know who she is because she just had I just remembered her face. And
ask her out?
No. She was, I was 8 when she was the Mr. Steak hostess. But she looked at me, and she saw the name on the application. She goes, you and your family used to come. I go, yes.
Mm-hmm.
I said, my first interview, I said, would it be inappropriate for me to tell you that I spent a lot of time in the shower after we had dinner at Mr. I didn't say that.
She said, tell me more. Tell me more, young buck.
Tell me. Yeah.
How'd you like to be a real Mr. Steak?
But I guarantee that's how I got hired at that restaurant because I didn't have any experience. And she's like, you know what? I like the cut of your jib and I like the cut of your steak.
Yeah, expensive or like birthday dinners were always Red Lobster or Hibachi was like every now and then.
We would do
once every couple years you'd get a hibachi dinner.
We never did hibachi, and when I was a kid that was not even like a thing. We didn't go to that. I started going to hibachis when I started dating my ex-wife.
I was in high school.
Yeah.
I think the first time we went to a hibachi, and it was like blew my mind.
So that's probably around the same time.
Yeah,
and also the one thing that when we do family get-togethers and then we go out as with the extended family is always Roadhouse by Brown Derby.
Yeah, we throw the peanuts on the ground.
And that was
the Ground Round did that.
Yeah,
too.
God, I loved Ground Round.
Yeah.
They had
Ground Round was the same thing. Yeah,
they had Pay What You Weigh Day for children at Ground Round, and that was the day that we would go because they had a giant scale like a Mark's, a giant scale when you walked in, and if you weighed 75 pounds, you would pay 75 cents for your kids' meal. So whatever day that was, Tuesdays or Thursdays,
that's when there were a lot fewer fatter kids too.
Well, whatever day that was, we were malnourished poor kids. So they would get off on feeding a family of 7 for $15. So we would go to.
That's just good economics.
Every single.
Who said your dad wasn't good with money?
Well, he had to be. You kind of learn how to survive when you don't
it's
have
not like he was financially literate. He had to find every dollar and make it stretch.
But yeah, Pay What You Weigh Day at Ground Round, and we'd fill up on popcorn because they had free popcorn there.
Alan, what's the matter? Does Red Lobster not hate gay people enough for Poundcake? He doesn't eat there because they have a pretty progressive view on, I don't know if they do or not, but that's why he likes Chick-fil-A because, of course, they're very anti-LGBTQ at the corporate level.
Well,
he wants to taste the hate.
No one in my family loves seafood enough to go to Red Lobster.
Right, it's not like a go-to.
So in my adult life,
I love seafood.
I don't think I've ever gone by myself. I think someone took me on a date there once, and then a listener a customer years and years ago, I said it on air that I had never gone before. At this time I hadn't, and they sent me I think it was like a $50 gift card to Red Lobster, so I got to eat there for free my first time. So I it was okay. I like crab legs and I like salmon. And that's as deep as I get. Like when we were in Jamaica, we had those jumbo shrimp on the plate. I had those because I was like, I think it's a delicacy. And when else am I ever gonna have to eat this on a beach?
The first time
you wanted the full experience.
Yeah, so it was good, but it's not something that I crave. So no, I just never really needed it. It was okay. I don't like the way that lobster is prepared. I don't. If you could
this
eat,
guy's all hoity-toity.
but if you could eat lobster like crab legs, I would like it because I like the meat.
Dude,
It's
I did
almost the
not.
exact same.
No, it's not. Or lobster is served in like that big thing.
It's in a
the,
tail. It's in its tail.
You just
I don't
rip
like
it out
that.
and then dip it in butter, just like
It's
you do
like
with crab
way
legs.
easier.
It was like mushed when I got it.
You haven't had it probably.
It's usually served as a tail where they cook it and then flip it over so the meat is upright and the like scaly tail, the exoskeleton is on the bottom.
It's like me in college. The meat was upright all the time.
And in your tail.
I guess they ordered lobster dip then because it was like.
Yeah, that's different.
Okay,
Or
well,
like
then
a
I never-
lobster bisque is a soup.
Yeah.
Okay, then I never had lobster like just
Like a
where you-
grilled lobster tail.
No, then I guess I haven't had that. Then I like eating crab legs. I like that meat. I like the fun of cracking the legs
I
open and eating it.
Hated it.
What's so
I
funny?
hated crab
cracking
legs.
the legs and eating the meat, Mary.
Dude, so in college was the first time I had crab legs, and my younger sister had it, and she took me. We went to a Red Lobster. It was probably during one of their like crab fests or whatever, and she recorded me eating crab legs for the first time, and I'm like, this is absolutely not worth it. This is expensive. It takes too long.
It's labor
crazy
intensive.
messy, and you don't get that much meat.
Yeah, I can understand that.
I'll tell you what. I've got, here's Mary eating all those crab legs for the very first time.
Oh.
All you can eat shrimp and crab legs. Just cracking the legs and then eating the meat.
When we were in Myrtle Beach, we went to this place called Krabby Mike's, and
like Joe's Crab Shack.
Yeah, and that was like the only time that my whole family, I've seen us like all eat together eating seafood. And then my brother, that's how we found out he had a shellfish allergy because he was eating.
He puffed up.
His tongue started swelling.
throat starts
he was
to
like,
hurt.
he was like, I can't breathe. And I was like, oh God, we're on vacation. We're gonna have to take him to like the ER. But I don't know if it was shellfish or clam or whatever it was. But he was like,
Clam is a shellfish.
okay, sorry.
I like how he said ER. We got to take him to the ER.
But
Andale.
Something about eating oysters just grosses me out. The way that they just suck it right out of the shell, like I don't like that.
I actually never want to eat with you again.
Yeah,
Like,
right?
Just the noises that you make are already so bad. Yeah, just the lip smacking.
But I don't eat like that.
Sucking it dry.
I don't like someone I don't like when you have to eat at an angle. Anything you have to eat at an angle, I don't like
You
that.
don't eat tacos? We
I
have
don't
to
eat
eat that?
tacos at an angle.
You eat a taco straight on. You open. How?
I have a wrapped burrito.
Anything more than a 15-degree list, and he is out.
You got to turn your body.
A taco, you have to turn your head to the side to eat. Yes, you do.
You turn the taco
Or you turn
to the
taco
side.
completely horizontally and eat it like a
It all
sandwich.
falls
You can
out.
turn your head, but you should not have to have you should not have to sit a certain way, tilt your head, and then have like the oyster dangling above you. And then
When you go to dinner with Poundcake, that's why he always has a protractor with him, so that he can measure out what he's going to need to eat.
Sucking it dry.
You should not have to sit at a 45-degree angle to eat some damn oysters. I don't like that.
That's actually
I
a good
don't
idea. Like, you know how they do the rotating restaurant? They should do a restaurant where
It's already
you're
tilted.
you're already tilted so that all your food can go into your mouth the right direction.
Level with the ground. All the seats have shoulder harnesses.
Yeah.
You know, yeah. You're like Tommy Lee when Crew was touring in the. I lost
Just
it.
let it go.
I got it.
I know.
I
Thanks.
understood.
One of the last times I ate seafood, because I became pretty allergic and I had to either. There was a brief period for about 6 months where I would still eat shrimp and just take Benadryl before it, because I'm like, it's just hives. I'll be fine. And then the more I ate it, the worse, like my throat would close up and stuff. But one of the last times I ate seafood, we were in Folly Beach, which Cody is short for
Folly Alley Auction Free.
Folly Alley Auction Free. And we went to this like seafood boil place.
I know exactly
But
where that is. I've been there.
We ordered the deep fried platter for like 8 people. And so everyone's eating like deep fried shrimp and fish sticks and oysters and like this. It took up the whole middle of the table, like just deep fried seafood. But my drink of choice that day was pina coladas. So I had like 3 pina coladas, and we were doing shots, and then I ate all this fried seafood. And then at the end of the meal, they ordered 1 more shot of whiskey. And I did this last shot of whiskey and then threw up fried seafood and pina coladas. And I was done after that. I never touched seafood again, and it took me a couple years to have a pina colada after that because it was like one of those shots you take where as soon as it hits, you're like, oh, this is coming back up immediately.
Yeah, that's the.
And the food wasn't processed. It was.
It was all chunky.
Oh, it was horrible.
It was all
You ruined
chunky
everybody's experience.
I went to the bathroom. I didn't throw up on the table.
Oh, I thought
but
you
like,
threw up like right
no,
there.
I took the shot, immediately stood up, went to the bathroom and puked. And I was like, I'm done. I'm done with this for a while.
The most important thing to remember, and you may have heard the phrase before, but you've never heard it applied thusly because Poundcake can always bring new things to light. When you go to eat with Poundcake, you need to remember that the angle of the dangle is inversely proportionate to the heat of the meat. And it has multiple applications. And just make sure that you are, he don't like no perpendicular dinners. I got a break.
And fillers, I've had fillers before. You got a problem like this, you got to get it taken care of right away or your nose is going to fall off.
Oh, my God.
You've been married to somebody with no nose?
Sure you can. So what do you mean? If your wife had no nose, you're going to leave her?
I dated someone with no brain.
Yeah.
You.
First Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
This is Katina Mobley. This is what's trending from iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by DraftKings Fantasy Sports.
Week 13 of the NFL season is here, and the fun will kick off tonight when playoff hopefuls Seattle and Dallas clash. Joe Flacco is poised to start under center for the Browns on Sunday after being elevated to QB2 behind Dorian Thompson-Robinson, who's in concussion protocol. And to basketball, where the Cavaliers host Portland tonight. Cleveland got 40 points and 11 boards from Donovan Mitchell in Tuesday's win. I'm Scott Davidson.
Check out what DraftKings has to offer with code SPORTS because life's more fun when you're in on the action. DraftKings, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Age and eligibility restrictions apply. Void where prohibited. See DraftKings.com for details.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
Voted Best Taco by Cleveland Scene and Cleveland Magazine.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS. Cleveland.
Alan, you have been described by your enemies as evil, insane, manipulative. Who are you?
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Oh, this is a great band. They're called Afterglow. They're from Mexico. Going to play some on Saturday night. We do a metal show here on The Buzzard. By we, I mean yours truly, along with Corey Roddick and Pat Butler. We are basically the triumvirate of metalheads here at iHeart Cleveland. And so Saturday nights, we do a metal show. What's it called, Bill?
2 hours until tomorrow.
2 hours to midnight is...
Which is tomorrow, so it's basically the same thing.
It's true. 2 hours to midnight is the name of the show. It is 10 to midnight, as the name implies. There is a Cavs game on Saturday, but it's a 7 o'clock tip in Detroit. So hopefully they don't go long. Hopefully there's no long-winded post-show. But
keep it tight, Snyder.
We'll either be on at 10 or right after the Cavs game. But got more from those guys. Got local metal from a band called Inherently Lost. They are from Youngstown. If you're a local metal band, you can always email me stuff. It's 2htm@WMMS.com. I always post the playlists week to week on our Facebook page and also WMMS.com. Cavs are playing at home tonight. They're hosting the Portland Trail Blazers. That's a 7 o'clock tip. So as soon as we roll out today at 6:30, that's when your pregame will begin. Portland, not a great team right now. Cavs are looking real good. But we'll see what happens tonight. You know, if you follow the Cavs on social media, not only do they kind of give you X's and O's over what's happening on the games, but they can also give you tips on things like recycling because they've got sustainability night coming up. So, listen.
Don't want to miss that one.
You don't want to miss that.
You want to be there for sustainability night.
Yep. So, we're going to see what happens tonight. It's the Portland Trail Blazers here at the Romo Fijo to play your Cavs at 7 o'clock on MMS and on the iHeartRadio app. And then Saturday, they will go to Detroit to play the Pistons, who I believe have lost about 15 or 14 in a row.
15 in a row is their current losing streak. Because I was watching the game on Tuesday night, or was it last night when they played the Lakers? I think it was last night when they were playing the Lakers. I was watching some of the game, and they kept bringing that up.
Yes.
And, they did not beat the Lakers.
So, you know, why would they? They've got some, and who knows, they got some real all-stars there in the Pistons.
They got Cade Cunningham, and he's good.
I know, they do.
That's about all.
Jaden Ivey, and they got a handful of guys over there. It's my wife's team. But, yeah, so that's tonight. Yesterday, Poundcake and I had, we had a pish at the same time, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And
touch tips.
We didn't, but it was dead quiet. I do all my talking here on the air, right? Whatever I've got to say, I'm going to say it when the red light was on. But it really was pretty amazing because we were the only two in there, and we did have a urinal in between us, but it was dead quiet. So all you could hear was the echo of our twin streams. And
they were synced up?
I don't know about that because he was in there by the time I got in there. But we didn't say one word to each other, did we, Cody?
No.
See, I've taught him well. You save the talking for when the red light's on. Here's the only complaint, not the only complaint. Here's my latest complaint about the loo here, is that you can turn the water on, the hot water on, you can have it on for 10 minutes and it never increases in temperature. It's ice cold water coming out of both taps. I don't understand that. How is that? How is that?
How is it?
They have hot water in this building. We have hot water in the kitchen.
So wash your hands here.
Huh?
I wash my hands in this kitchen.
In the kitchen sink?
Yes.
That's a long time to get from the bathroom to the kitchen.
Touching all them doors?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
What do you think I'm going to be doing in between the... You think I'm shoving my hand in my pants?
But you're touching the door to get in.
Okay, and then I'm washing my hands.
And then she's washing her hands. That's probably smarter to do it when she finally does get in here.
Because there's a bunch of people touching the outside of the door, too.
Yeah, because I stood there and I'm like, I'll wait for it to warm up to wash my hands. I got delicate little mitts. And I crank the hot water and I'm standing there, I'm waiting, and I'm kind of putting my fingertips in.
It's freezing.
It's ice cold.
And I don't like the soap in there. The soap in there dries my hands out really bad, which is why I wash my hands in here.
I mean, I hate to. These are absolutely first world problems, but that's where I live.
Well, it's the same reason.
And that's where I work.
It's the same thing with them having paper towels in there, but they don't bother to put it in the dispenser. They just
and
will
then they're all wet.
It's just like all soggy paper towels that I'm like, dude,
all the more
just
reason.
get a hand blower. Just get a hand dryer.
I thought they had one in there.
We have one in
They
ours.
used to.
They took it out.
I think so.
And the trash can's always overflowing. I'm like,
listen, all that stuff is whatever it is. I mean, there are people who work here. But the no hot water in the bath, I can't figure it out. I literally couldn't figure it out.
There's hot water coming out of your body. Just wash your hands with your pee.
Yeah, Alan.
I just went to the bathroom. It's
pretty warm, yeah.
It's all out of me.
While use a last little spritz.
And it's freezing in there.
That's what I'm
It
saying.
is so cold. Not just the water, the temperature of the room. I don't think it's above 60 degrees in that bathroom.
No, it's like there's a window open.
It's
and
so cold.
Yeah, it's weird. Anyway, Poundcake and I had a very quiet piss yesterday.
Next time I'll stand right next to you.
Go ahead. Listen.
Stare at him.
You know what?
Just stare directly at his eyes.
Yeah.
Don't break eye contact.
Actually, sit down on the urinal like it's a toilet and tucked back.
Ew,
and then that's how you pee.
God,
and
that took
look
a
at
weird
every
turn.
Listen, that
took a weird
There
turn.
used to be troughs where you would pee on either side of it, and you could, if you wanted to, look a man in the eye while you're peeing.
Where did those go?
I don't know.
I've seen those
There's
in
like
front.
old stadiums and stuff like that.
Oh, no, they still have them around the corner.
The Lorain County.
No, I'm talking about like
yeah,
where
that's
it's
right.
like in the middle of the room.
Oh,
They
I see.
have at
It's like a canoe.
Like a basic training.
Yeah.
At Butcher and the Brewer on East 4th Street, that's the hand washing situation.
Yeah.
Where it's like the men's and women's restrooms are on either side,
But
and
then
then
we
they
all wash
both
together.
open
Yep.
to the trough where you wash your hands in the middle, which is odd.
I like the ones that have the two-way mirrors, but you don't know that neither side knows it's a two-way mirror, so you
Yeah.
think it's just, you can kind of see because those mirrors are filmed a certain way. But there was a restaurant we went to in Phoenix, and they had that set up. But you could see the other side, but they didn't know you could see it. There was nothing hinky going on, but I was
Yeah.
like, boy, what a weird design choice.
People are
Really weird design choice. Listen, there are a handful of people who are really hanging on to this by their fingernails, and they're trying to get me on board. I don't think Fart Panties Mary is going to happen.
Guys, it's not.
It's not going to happen.
I told you, $5,000. I'll sell you my farted panties for $5,000.
Hashtag FPM.
I'll
People
find
are
you
blow-
a pair for $2,000. I'll
Find you?
Yeah, I'll
You're gonna sneak in and find my panty drawer?
Listen, I know people that you know that would help out with this. If I cut Lane in on this, it's going to happen.
You each get $1,000?
Yeah.
No, $5,000.
$5,000.
Someone emailed me on santoratoes@gmail.com because we were talking about getting a pedicure, and someone earlier in the week was like, did you save your foot dust? And this guy emailed me, was like, very interested in that foot dust. Like when they use the scraper. We talked about that on air, didn't we?
It looks like grated cheese.
Yeah, and he messaged me and was like, no joke, like, let me know the next time you get a pedicure and what the price would be.
Snort your fit.
People are so
It's wet, though. It's not really dust because your feet are soaking. It's
He's
more
gonna try
like
it out.
cottage cheese almost.
But if you're getting a pedicure at an establishment and not doing it yourself,
Right.
wouldn't you need to pay them for the detritus? Doesn't it become
It's
their...
mine,
Not when it leaves your foot. Then I have a feeling it becomes...
but they're just going to throw it out anyway.
I feel if you go back to, and I'm just digging deep here, but I have a feeling if you go back, it was a Supreme Court decision, right? It was Sargento versus the United
Yes.
States. I think it was. It had something to do with that. Where, where there were kids in high school that passed off pencil shavings as or oregano as pot. Somebody tried to pass off wet heel shavings as cottage cheese, and it got them sued. I would look into that. I wonder, once it comes off your foot, if it becomes the property of the salon.
I've been going to the same girl for 6 years.
And if not, how do you ask them to save it?
Well, she knows me well enough. Her English isn't great, but we've become pretty good friends. And I'd be like, hey, T, you got to give me those foot shavings.
Is that sure for Tatiana?
Does it cost extra for the placenta?
What do you think a placenta is?
It's
oh, God, please tell me.
No, it's like, isn't it the egg that the baby sits in or something? Isn't it like the Something with
You tell me.
I don't know what a placenta is. I just know.
Well,
that
then why don't you just say I don't know what it? Why did you use the word?
We're talking about pedicure.
Do you get to clean the placenta? Do you get to keep the placenta after your pedicure? Is that what you're asking?
No, you can ask when you give birth. You can ask to keep the placenta.
Yes.
Do they charge you for that? Is it still yours after it comes out of your body?
I don't know that there are people who want to keep the placenta. Usually what happens is you will have made plans. Gwen did this. You make plans beforehand. There are companies and services that will do something with the placenta. They can freeze dry it and put it into capsules for people who think
A lot of nutrients in there.
Nutrients. That's what they say, right? Now, there are other people who want, because they call it the tree of life, because it looks like it's a tree with branches. There are some people who have it bronzed. I mean,
Some
there
people
are.
eat it. I don't know if that's a rumor or not.
No, they do.
Wiccans.
They do eat it. Yeah.
Alan did.
You ate it?
No, I didn't.
Oh.
I thought you guys got the powdered. I thought you got the capsules.
She got the capsules.
I thought you did one.
I did. Is that eating it?
Yeah,
okay.
consuming it.
That's consuming.
Yeah.
I thought you meant
would it
like
make you
people who saute it.
superpowers?
No, nothing. No. I think she ended up taking 4 of them. We still have the giant glass bottle of
It's
the
just
capsules.
supposed to give you vitamins.
Hours.
The theory is that all of those nutrients are supposed. You can consume them. I think it's. I think it's dodgy
I think there's
science.
other ways to get nutrients.
Yeah.
like
It's like a multivitamin.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I don't think there's a downside to it. But anyway.
I think it's just greed. Like, I gave you these nutrients and you didn't even use them all, you stupid baby. I want them back.
It's my placenta. I developed that organ.
It's kind of cannibalism, let's be honest.
Well, so is Christianity. Listen.
This is my body.
Catholicism.
You want a bite?
Drink some of my blood.
Oh, you love me? You want eternal life? Take a bite of my body.
But yeah,
Hey,
Cody.
Mike from Parma here, not the Mike from Parma, but a Mike from Parma. You guys are listening to the podcast. You guys talking about Hall & Oates, and Hall & Oates. I had a buddy who had a poison ivy problem in his yard, so we hired this company, and the name of the company, Hall & Goats.
Yeah.
Guy came over with a truck full of goats, set them loose in his yard, and they ate up all the poison ivy. That's all I got. Hate the show.
So,
Bye.
goats aren't allergic to poison ivy?
I mean, I've never heard that before, but I take his word for it. If a guy has a whole company that's devoted to goats coming out, and
That's what it says right there. Goats are an ideal, environmentally friendly alternative for removing poison ivy. They eat a wide variety of leafy plants. Wow. They can eat several pounds a day of poison ivy.
I mean, I know they eat grass. There were companies back in the day that would have sheep and goats mow your lawn by eating all the grass. Seems like it would take a really, really long time, but there might be something to that.
That's crazy. But what an idea. I love that.
And you got a great name out of it, too. Hall & Goats is a fantastic business name.
Well, maybe you
just
can
like,
start.
Just like the one, the landscaping business that's Lawn and Order.
Yeah.
The best of all time.
There you go. Maybe you can start a local franchise. Hall & Goats. It doesn't work out for you in showbiz. You can come on back.
You're talking to me.
Yeah.
Okay.
You start a local franchise. If it doesn't work out in showbiz, any one of us, we could start a local franchise for Hall & Goats.
Maybe.
You gotta get
Okay.
goats.
Goats, yeah.
By the way, I hope Terry the Goat is okay.
Me too.
I haven't heard any update whatsoever. Terry the Goat, of course, in years past, many seasons past, would pick the weekly NFL games for us. And she lives out at Marcinek Farms. Al Marcinek is our bureau chief in Carlton, Pennsylvania. And he told me way before the beginning of the season that Terry was in ill health. And I haven't heard any kind of update. And I haven't asked because I don't want to be presumptuous. He might be mourning the loss of some of his stock. But she had a kid. She had a couple kids, right?
She gave me my first kid.
Yep. She had a kid named Mary. I think
Mare.
there's Mare the goat. And I think that there's also, is there a Cody goat there too, or a Poundcake goat or something?
I thought there was a Cody, yeah.
Anyway, I haven't heard anything about Terry the goat. But I hope she's doing okay.
I just have a question, Cody.
Sure.
When we're talking about pedicures, how on earth did your mind go to placentas?
Because he was saying when something leaves your body, is it still yours? And
okay.
Does it have to charge extra? And I'm like, do they charge extra for the placenta? Is the placenta yours once it leaves your body?
Well, the baby's yours once it leaves your body. And it's attached to the placenta.
So we had somebody come and take it away, but another woman is telling me that she signed a form to take it, and she buried it in her backyard.
What grew?
Don't know.
A child?
Some people do eat it. They saute it up and they cook it because it's just like regular meat.
You can take the umbilical cord too, right?
We did take that. Yep.
Is that illegal? Does that have to be
illegal?
It comes out of you. I can't imagine any of that's illegal. If you're trying to sell it on the black market, maybe.
Well, because somebody else, calling me AC placenta popper. Thank you. No, somebody else said that they
cord catcher.
Yeah, that they had their ring finger amputated after a work accident, but they wouldn't give it to me because they said it was bio waste. So it probably just has to do with if they want to do it or not. If you get a doctor or a nurse who goes, yeah, I don't care, whatever, I'll seal it up for you.
Okay,
and,
but it also a finger can become necrotic.
A finger can become necrotic, and also you could be putting it into chili and being like, oh, there's a finger in my chili.
And like stewing places.
Yeah. I'm never going to Red Lobster again. It was one of my cheddar baked biscuits.
Oh, there's a bunch of placenta in my scampi.
Hauling Goats was pitched on Shark Tank several seasons back. Oh, well, maybe that was the guy who, imagine those guys. Those are the stories I love, in the wake of the news that Mark Cuban was going to be selling his interest in the Mavs. He was going to leave Shark Tank and all this kind of stuff for ventures as yet undetermined.
I heard it's to open a casino district. The people that are buying the Mavs,
the Adelsons,
yeah, they're going to come in, and he's vesting some interest. He's divesting of that so that they can take control, and then they're going to work together on building a casino district in Dallas.
Is that legit?
You can't.
That's what I'm.
You can't have casinos in Texas. Gambling's not legal there. There's 4.
They got a long con. I'm sure.
Well, I was going to say also, somebody at that level.
They'd have to change the law.
And government is in the pocket of billionaires.
And who does that? Billionaires.
Yeah.
I guess that's true. I was going to say, because Texas.
They couldn't have gambling in Vegas for a long time either until,
Texas only
or
has.
sports, rather.
I think they have 4 Native American casinos, and that's it. They have poker rooms and things like that, but it's all illegal. There is no legal casino gambling in Texas.
Well, it sounds like they're about to change that.
That's annoying.
Why?
Because I want to have enough money to change things.
Everybody does.
That you just have enough money to be like, hey, I'm going to do this thing that's going to make me billions of dollars, and you're going to change your laws to allow it.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Texas gambling laws only allow horse racing and greyhound dog racing is what this says.
That's what I mean. You can't have a
casino
a
gambling.
state-owned casino in Texas. But there are 4 in the whole state. I think there's only 3 or 4 in all of Texas.
You can do bingo, you can do raffles, you can do the Texas lottery, horse and dog, and 3 Indian casinos.
3, yeah. That's it.
Well, they make their own laws, though. Every casino in Michigan is Indian.
Well, and they're on their own reservations. They're on their own land.
Not all of them.
Most of them. That's why they can make their own laws.
Right.
Because some of them that you go to, there's no drinking. So it's I don't care because I'm sober, but I've been to a couple of Indian casinos where there's no alcohol at all.
Right.
So those people are there to gamble. That is,
those
not
are
a place to hang out.
Those are people who really like gambling.
Right.
You think people really like gambling in regular. See the viral video of the guy that was in his wheelchair circling the slot machines? So what was the point of that? To see which one? Was he playing all of them?
He's probably paying 50 cents a piece on all of them and just having fun. He looked like he was having a great time. He's just got his chair on Zoom and bing, 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 bing.
I guess if you're infirmed or not paralyzed, but if you're infirmed or whatever and you're one of those chairs, I guess going somewhere where you sit all day long, if you're retired, makes sense. You're like, am I going to sit at home or am I going to go and blow my Social Security check at the casino? I wish. I would love to blow my Social Security check at the casino.
So emotional the last couple of weeks. I've been really thinking. I've gone. I think today might actually be 60 days without a bet, and I really wanted to gamble.
Oh, good for you!
I really wanted to gamble yesterday, and I know you guys make fun of me for today's 59 days.
We don't make fun of you for not gambling.
No, you make fun of
me for when you go out of state and gamble.
You make fun of me when I watch my slot machine videos, or at least Bill does, when I watch other people gamble on the internet. So what I did yesterday...
I wouldn't
That's
say
just you living
fun
vicariously through other people.
You do make fun of me. You think it's stupid.
Yes, that's... I'm not making fun of you. I'm straight shaming you.
Okay. Well, when I drew every parallel to you watching football and me watching casino, and it's exactly the same thing, you didn't have a lot to say.
Because it's still not the same.
It's identical. Anyway.
Wait, watching football is the same as you watching somebody gamble on YouTube.
Bill is invested in watching football for entertainment in something he can't do on his own. is the same way that I watch other people gamble for entertainment as something I can't do on my own.
Maybe he has money on a particular game.
He might, but I don't know. But he's been watching football for a lot longer than sports gambling's been legal.
Now, do people really get granular and bet on whether or not those people win?
Maybe. I've never seen that. But what I did...
That's pretty meta.
What I did to keep myself, because I know how it's going to turn out, I watched one of my favorite slot guys. He lost $30,000 in 18 minutes.
One of my favorite slot guys, ladies and gentlemen. She has multiple favorite slot guys.
I think...
You know, she has a lot of best friends. She has multiple favorite slot guys.
This guy might actually be my favorite.
What's his name?
NG Slot.
Yeah.
So he's Armenian and has a very difficult name to pronounce. So he just goes by his initials, which are
What if his
NG.
real name was NG Slot?
I don't think that it is. Would that be
I'm
cool?
from Armenia, NG Slot.
But he posted a video yesterday where he lost $30,000 in 18 minutes. And I watched it, and I'm like, this is how it always... Like, they have the cool videos where they win a lot of money, too, where they'll go up and down, up and down. But when I'm feeling like I really want to gamble, I'll specifically seek out videos of people losing. Because I'm like, oh, I've never lost $30,000, but I know what it feels like.
The highlight reel is where they're winning tons of money.
Yes.
Yeah.
They want to know on the live chat if you ever smoke weed.
No, I have not been high.
You're not California
since-
sober?
Nope. I have not ingested any marijuana since April of 2021.
All right.
Yeah, I know.
Good for you.
Did you say gay?
Think y'all good with your little sobriety. Switching it up on us, being so sedity, but it's fine.
Even Snoop went smokeless.
I know he did.
All right, I'm going to break here. If you want to send a text, 35192. If you want to go see the Rolling Stones, first time in Cleveland in almost a couple of decades. They're going to do Brown Stadium next June. I will have those tickets for you when we come back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show.
On iHeartRadio.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Partly sunny skies for your Thursday, warmer with highs in the mid to upper 40s. Increasing clouds tonight with a chance of showers through the overnight, lows in the low 40s. For your Friday, showers, highs in the 40s.
This report is sponsored by Mucinex 12-Hour DM.
Season 4 just launched. You up for a night of binging?
Yeah, I took Mucinex 12-Hour DM. It's by
murder that's affected them, their families, and their communities. I'm Katherine Townsend. I've launched a new show on the Helen Gone feed, Helen Gone Murder Line. Every week, I feature a new case and help as much as I can to get the word out about unsolved murders. Listen to Helen Gone Murder Line on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
It's time to give stuff away. Stuff away. Yeah, yeah.
All right, I want to go see the return of the Rolling Stones here to Cleveland. It's been about 20 years since they were here last, but it's been about that long since their last all-new album. Bigger Bang Tour would have been the one that came through. Hackney Diamonds is the new album, and it's real good if you're a Stones fan. They're going to be back Saturday, June 15th to play Brown Stadium. The tickets are not on sale until tomorrow morning. So you'll get the last pair of tickets here from me before they go on sale. I'll have another pair for you tomorrow. RollingStones.com is going to have all the details for you. So be caller 10, and this pair is yours. Good luck. 2 for the Stones next June. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
They try to keep the fighting to a minimum, but only because the makeup sex would be awkward.
Well, I can never unsee that.
This is the Alan Cox Show, 100.7 WMMS.
I hung Tiny Poundcake on their bureau chief map, but I don't think you can really see him. Can you see? Oop, I'm sorry.
see
I'm
two
used to
little
having you on
arms.
3. What's
I was on 3 for like
shadows.
2 days.
Sorry. So there's been a
lot of moving around today.
Yeah, my brain's all mush. Ah, there you go. Hey, we're going to be talking to comedian Chad Daniels later on too, right?
Yes, we are. 420.
He's got a new hour on YouTube called Mixed Reviews. We just had his girlfriend in here a couple of weeks ago.
And they got
Kelsey Cook.
They got a new podcast they're doing together called
Cook and Daniels?
No, it's like Fake Problems.
Pretend problems.
Pretend Problems. That's what it is.
Pretend Problems. All right. Like no hot water in the lavatory?
Yes, exactly. Like everything we talk about on this show constantly.
You're welcome for the idea, guys. Dumb crap, nonstop. All right, so we'll chat with him later on, and you're real tight with him, yeah?
Yeah, we're buds. I'm going to be out in Arlington with him, Arlington, Virginia, the 8th and 9th of December, and we're texting about what we're going to do with our time. We're going to go...
maybe this will be a big Bill-centric call then.
Yeah, that's fine.
I like Chad, but, you know, what am I going to say to him?
We can keep it going. We can bounce it all around, because Mary knows Chad really well, too. The first time, I think it was like his second show on the road after the pandemic, or like when you still had to like do the seating. He came over to my house after the show, and Mary came over, and I had my pool table, and we played pool all night, and it was such a fun night.
My dad was in the hospital then. I remember because I was like constantly checking my phone.
Yeah.
And Chad was like, "What are you looking for on your phone?" I was like, "My dad's in the hospital." He's like,
we drank a whole bottle of Four Roses.
There was a lot of drinking going on, but I was like,
Well, you were sober, of course, but like
I
me,
was not in a good state.
No.
Like,
we stayed up till about.
It was
3.
a late night. Yeah,
we killed that whole bottle of Four Roses that you got me for Christmas.
Yeah.
And Sam from Hilarities was over too, so it was a long, fun night, and he's one of the most competitive people I've ever met. So
at drinking or pool?
Drinking, pool, pop a shot, everything. He doesn't like to lose, and so I spotted him like 50 points on pop a shot because I'm very good at that, and I think I lost by like 2 baskets, so I had to buy. Like the next day, we were watching football, and like I bought our barbecue for lunch. But yeah, we have some good times together. Not always that much drinking though. This time we're gonna go to some museums in Washington D.C.
Oh, you're gonna take in some culture.
Yeah.
Oh, look at you.
I want to go to the Air and Space Museum. I haven't been there in a while.
Wow, you're gonna be like when Ferris and Cameron and what's her name all went to the. Tell Mary to try SD Guy 1, 2, 3, 4. He has a fun slot channel.
On YouTube? Listen, I got my guys. NG Slot is my favorite.
Yes.
I really like his best friend is Mr. Mike. I like those two. They have a really funny rapport when they get together. And then Lady Luck HQ. That's a woman and her husband. Those are probably my top 3. And
a woman gambler.
What? It's Dustin. I need to know where you think
Mary,
you got all
Dustin
that
down in
money.
Georgia. I don't know what.
There's a couple people I really don't like too. Like there's this one guy.
Wow. How do you determine that they're all doing the same thing? How do you determine who you don't like?
Their personalities?
I don't like the way that guy sits there and pushes buttons like a hamster.
They're talking and they're like talking about what they're doing and like just the way that they react to wins and losses. Like there's this one dude who everything about him, he just seems like such a douche. But he bets the biggest out of anyone I've seen on YouTube, and his name is Mr. Handpay. And I watch him because he'll bet $1,000 a spin. And he's like, I don't see anybody else doing that. So when I want to watch really, really big wins and losses, I'll watch him. But he's kind of like a douche. That's the best way I can describe it. Is like he never really gets excited about it. He won $98,000 on a slot machine and was like, oh, that's my new record. And I get it that when you're spending and winning and losing as much as these people
they're probably really low key about the ups and downs.
He is, but not everybody is. Like NG, when he does it, that's a huge, guys. That's a huge. And he's like jumping around and like getting everybody involved and doing shots. And he's like
so
a really.
You like a party when you're watching.
He's like a really amicable, funny, like. He's a cool dude. And this guy's
because
kind of
otherwise,
like...
well, but also if you're watching...
She likes the touchdown celebrators, not the ones that act like they've been there before.
Yes.
You're like the opposite. Yeah,
you just won $98,000 playing a game.
But also...
spending $1,000 a spin.
But still, be a little excited about it.
Also, I think that you don't like the people who aren't excited because if you watch those people all the time... It would just reaffirm how depressing gambling can be.
Yes.
You need somebody excited because then that way you're not sitting there going, what am I doing?
On the live chat,
$100,000.
someone's saying that those are sponsored by the casinos and they're using fake and free money.
It's not real. You can't use, how are you going to use fake money?
Or like their
house money.
Their house money, like credit stuff, and they don't actually get to keep the winnings.
Well, Lady Luck, every year, because people get on her case, she doesn't really post any videos where she loses because she's like, they're not as fun to watch. Whereas NG posts both where he's like, hey, this is a very real account on what it's like to be a high-limit gambler. She releases her tax statements every year, and she shows you money in versus money out. And last year, I think she spent like $1.4 million on casino, and she won back like 1.1. So she was
down
300 grand. And so a lot of them show you like, hey, it's all real. Like, this is what it is, because people accuse them of that all the time. Oh, they rig the slot machines for you. There's no way to rig a slot machine to win or lose. It's a random number generator.
Right, just like we don't have plants in the audience when we're doing crowd work.
Exactly.
Just like this show is not scripted.
Yes.
Just like
it's like everyone thinks there's.
That's my line, Mary.
Oh, sorry.
Mary, would you consult please?
We're in a new studio. Our cue cards are gone.
I told you to highlight.
Printed them up for you out in the printer.
Put them where they go, Alan. But no, it does drive me a little crazy because people have their conspiracies of like, oh, this casino gives them specific games to play that they loosen up so that it wins more and it looks better and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, that's not real. None of that is real. You can't do that.
Alan, did that texter have his whole finger amputated?
No, the one right next to it. Did you see that video that Mike from Parma tagged us in on Twitter?
I'm sure I did. Refresh my memory.
He's got the guy that has the gigantic finger, and it looks like a dong.
Oh, no, I didn't see that.
Oh, man, it's
on X or on Instagram?
On X.
X. Yeah, no, I don't know that I... Oh, there it is. Yeah, I don't know that I saw that, though.
Yeah, it's crazy.
All right.
That's...
gigantism.
Yeah, he's got gigantism, but it's in the one finger, and it looks like a penis.
That's correct. Is this something I can show?
No.
I can't. Okay. Do we have the ability to show?
No, we really don't because of the live stream.
Okay.
Like
tomorrow, I'll show you Dr. Penis Finger.
But if I'll just retweet it.
There you go.
Or repost it on X.
We'll all retweet it. There we go.
Why would you change the name?
Because it's more. It's worth more to him dead than alive. That's why. So anyway, yeah, okay. So Mary wants nothing to do with your SD guy 1, 2, 3,
No,
4.
I'm just
Thank
saying
you
that I
very
have
much.
a couple people that I go, and there was one guy that I liked a lot, and then I don't know why this rubs me the wrong way so much, but when I was in Vegas, he was in Vegas the same time, and he was hosting this like event for his subscribers, and I was like, oh my God, that's incredible! I should go to this event. I'm there. I could get to meet him. I could do this stuff, and his event was wildly priced, like thousands of dollars to stay for a weekend and partake in his slot tournaments and do this and that and meet him. And he kind of had this air about him where it was like, oh, it is a privilege for you to come meet me and hang out with me.
I bet he
And
sold
these are-
out.
Oh, yeah, he does.
Yeah.
But it was like once I saw that, I kind of changed the way I watched his videos. I
He's
want these,
separating the men from the boys.
that's fine, but I want these people to be like my friends because that's how I see them.
You already have enough friends.
But these are my internet
Well, then,
gamblers.
if you, there's probably people that feel the same way about you, and they want your fart panties. So
That's different. NG Slot replies to my stories on Instagram. Whenever I tag him in anything, he replies back and he's like, "Thank you so much. LOL, Mary. Haha, thank you." Like,
If you were out on 90 this morning in Lake County, Concord Township, you're talking out Menor and Painesville way, right? They had an amazing accident. I heard it this morning.
Amazing?
An amazing accident. Now, it wasn't what I had envisioned in my head, but I still love it. A truck, all they said was that 2 trucks had crashed and a massive portion of 90 this morning was closed down westbound because the entire roadway was covered in chocolate and caramel.
Oh my God, it probably smelled amazing.
Right. Well, I envisioned 2 trucks, each carrying one of those ingredients, crashing into each other, and what a coincidence that would have been.
Great commercial.
and then it's just viral marketing for Wonka.
Or whatever. Yeah, right, with Timothy Chalamet.
Like, what are we going to do with all this?
Concord
I'll clean
Fire
it up.
Department had to be called out to clean up the mess. It was a truck hauling chocolate and caramel, and it hit another truck, spilled out onto the roadway. So it probably smelled great. Gross, sticky, the whole thing. Like 6 a.m. today, 90 West in Lake County. If you were part of that, it probably did. But when I heard it, I envisioned 2 trucks, one carrying, like the old Reese's peanut butter cup commercials.
You got chocolate in
my peanut butter.
You got peanut butter in my chocolate.
Yeah. Weird Al Yankovic is going to be back on the show on the 12th of December. And his video is making the rounds this morning because he was thanking the fans. This is the time of year where they release your Spotify Wrapped. And they tell you, here's what you listen to the most this year. Here are your top 5 artists.
iHeart does a similar thing. Says, here's what you try to listen to the most this year.
It's called iHeart App Crapped. They're Spotify Wrapped, and we do Crapped. And it's...
I'm not posting mine.
why is it
I'm
embarrassing?
not either. You know why? Because I forget.
You're
I can't even...
linked with your son,
My
right?
son. I can't even make a dent. So I went into it. I usually get 1. But he's been DJing for the last couple of years, so he's going through and, he's doing parties and clubs and stuff. But so I go, well, I'll see what's on it just for shrimps and giggles. But it's all my son's. So if anybody were to see mine, if I were to post it, they'd have a larf.
My top...
because mine are the 1975.
Okay.
Perfect.
SZA.
Yes.
Skrillex.
Even better.
Who knew? Fred again, who's just like a DJ producer guy, and Pink Floyd.
Yeah.
Those are so my Spotify top 5. All my son. I had nothing in there. I usually maybe I'll get Steely Dan on my list.
Not
Nothing this year. Nope.
Mine was Herb Alpert, top artist, Cake, Bare Naked Ladies, Gin Blossoms, and then Daryl Hall and John Oates.
And Juan Oates. Right.
My top artist was obviously John Mayer. John Mayer, Fall Out Boy, top 2. I was in the top 0.5% of listeners worldwide as far as John Mayer goes.
I was at 0.1% of Herb Alpert.
Yeah, 0.5%. But
0.0.
I'd argue that John Mayer is more popular than Herb Alpert.
Absolutely.
So for me to be in the top 0.5%.
Not among 75 and up, Mary.
Yeah, but do they know how to work Spotify?
Yeah.
5%. I was like, damn, Mayor, slow down. What are you
Mine
doing?
are bitches.
All yours are bitches?
So, I mean, I'm not...
And Herb Alpert replied to my post on He gave me a little
Really?
heart. A little heart.
Look at you. You guys are becoming best buds.
I'm trying to.
Maybe he's going to write you into the will.
Dude, that'd be amazing. He's got so much money.
Mm-hmm. And to Bill Squire, by Squire, I bequeath my Tijuana brass.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, it was.
Say what, Cody? Oh, all yours are bitches.
Whitney Houston, Mariah Carey, Britney Spears, Christina Aguilera, Nicki Minaj.
They really are all bitches. Wow.
Yeah.
And
Christina
Aguilera. You listen to Christina Aguilera that much that she's in your top 5.
Old Christina, though. Like the Come On Over, Baby,
Christina.
Jimmy in a Bottle.
Whitney and Cardi B. Who?
No, I didn't have Cardi B. I had
Nicki Minaj. I always get the two of them confused. I'm sorry. Nicki Minaj is on your list. Man, she's foxy.
Yeah, that freaky girl song is like probably my favorite Nicki Minaj song now.
Well, Weird Al was basically shading Spotify because he's like, thank you guys so much for listening. Spotify pays nothing.
It does not.
I don't know how these companies operate this way.
There's no laws against it. 0.0003 of a penny.
Not laws.
Per spin.
Not laws. But is it
regulations or anything?
There's nothing.
Right, but I'm just saying, like, is it just because
they can?
They have all the leverage, and you have to be on a streamer if you want people to even hear what you're doing.
Pretty much.
And it's wow.
0.
So Weird Al
0
was like, "Hey, thanks, guys." But
hey, how you doing? Al here. Look, I'll make this really quick. I just want to thank you all for your amazing support. It's my understanding that I had over 80 million streams on Spotify this year. So if I'm doing the math right, that means I earned $12. So, enough to get myself a nice sandwich at a restaurant. So from the bottom of my heart, thanks for your support and thanks for the sandwich.
Thanks for the sandwich.
That's not right.
Well, it
would be 24,000.
Now
he's making a joke.
I understand, but it's still 24 grand.
I literally didn't know if he was making a joke or not.
No.
I know he's exaggerating.
People like me make $12 a year because I'm not making.
Well, they took a bunch of my stuff
streams
off there, and I can't get it back up either. 'cause
Like Comedy got kind of cleaned up off there.
I'd actually be able to tell you how much I made last year.
Okay, so you're saying that Weird Al made $24,000 off Spotify.
If it's 0.003, which is what I'm almost positive it was, if he had 80 million streams and 0.0003% or of a penny, that would be 24 grand.
Okay.
0.
But I'm not sure if that is still the payout.
So he can buy a few sandwiches.
At least a
then.
couple, yeah.
Okay.
Let me see.
Anyway, Weird Al's going to be back on the show on the 12th of December to talk about the Blu-ray release of Weird, the Al Yankovic story where Daniel Radcliffe plays him.
You get paid between 0.003 and 0.005 per stream. I might have added an extra zero in there. And he said he had 80 million streams. Is that what he said?
Yeah, something like that. A lot. People, Weird Al's doing fine as far as streaming goes. But anyway,
that's actually $240,000.
Yeah, even better. I didn't even get, I didn't make a dent in my Wrapped this year because my son got all top 5. SZA and Skrillex and the 1975, who, by the way, are doing our Alter Ego Festival.
What were your top songs? Well, not yours because they're all your sons.
They're
but
all my
Mary,
sons.
What were your top songs?
Downfall of Us All by A Day to Remember, which is, it might be my favorite song of all time. I really, really love that song. And then it was John Mayer, Something Like Olivia. Hold on real quick. Honestly, I mean, nobody cares.
I'd like to know.
John Mayer, and then Fall Out Boy, Hum Hallelujah, Fall Out Boy, Thanks for the Memories.
Dude,
and
Fall Out Boy's got a new song out that is so bad.
Is it
so
We
bad.
Didn't Start the Fire too?
No, it's not We Didn't Start
This
the Fire
time
too.
we
It's
did
the
start
one
the
with it's
fire?
got like the Addams Family or the Munsters theme in it. That's so
That's
bad.
been out for a minute.
Has it?
Yeah.
Like,
How
I
does it
just
go?
heard it.
That's Uma Thurman, isn't it? That's an old
That's
song.
like 10 years old.
Oh, is that an old song?
Yeah,
That's
she
a
wants to dance like Uma
Yeah.
Thurman.
Oh, I thought that was a new song. I don't listen to Fall
No,
Out Boy.
I love that song.
Oh, that song. That I hated that song.
It's
I just heard it for the
when
first
they
time.
play it live, it is legit.
Yeah, that song's like 10, 15 years old.
My top 5 were In the Meantime by Space Hog, Good by Better Than Ezra, Let Me Go by Cake, Short Skirt Long Jacket by Cake, and then Run Around by Blues Traveler. I think you
Top
have
songs.
the beginning of that one.
Oh, I do, yeah.
Something in the Orange by Zach Bryan. and Jamie All Over Me.
Yeah, because the song, they foleyed John Popper's stomach making weird noises. And
that Uma,
That's
you
what
really
happens
don't
when he
like
runs around. I like when I say I don't like it, it's beyond.
It gets all
don't
jostled
like
up.
it. Like it.
Wow.
Like I was like, okay, I'm gonna endure this song just because I'm so annoyed by it.
This is Uma Thurman.
Such a bad song.
I love it.
It is the worst song I think I've ever heard.
And when
Their
they do
songs
it
are all
live,
super corny. You
but
just
they're
have
fun.
But that's what I'm saying.
That's not a fun song to
you
me.
have
Like,
to
it's
like.
so not
You have to like their whole thing.
Yeah.
Nobody's
I like some
lukewarm on. Fall
I
Out
like
Boy.
some of their older stuff. Like Dance
is
Dance is
older.
okay, but like I'm talking like the 2003 to 2006. They had a few songs that I could listen to, but that one made me like stop and go, "What is
Thanks for the
this?"
Memories is still their high point. That's their best song.
I love Thanks for the Memories. I Don't Care is really off of Folie à Deux. That's a really good one. And then my songs Know What You Did in the Dark, which is the Light 'em Up.
Yeah.
Light
That
'em
one's all right.
up,
Yeah, I
up.
don't mind that stuff.
I'm on fire.
Anyway.
Yeah, but I again, they were always. I mean, like after I met them, they just changed.
Well, plus
Like, it
there's a
was-
big difference.
I think I met them before I ever actually
With those
heard them.
kinds of bands, you have to manage your expectations because they're so fully produced. And when you go see them live, you're like, oh, I kind of hear the song, but it's not,
No, I just saw him. I mean, and
he's not
again,
hitting
it's
all
my
them
favorite
notes.
band.
Those harmonies are not getting hit.
But they
They're not.
They are, though.
They're
is the
not.
difference.
Anyway, I mentioned 1975 because I'm going to have another trip for the Alter Ego Festival, 5 o'clock. And they're Paramore and the Black Keys and 30 Seconds to Mars and Bush, if you didn't get to Buzzard Fest this summer and miss Bush. And Sum 41. So 5 o'clock, I'll have that next trip for you to get out there mid-January to see all that.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS and everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. Buzzard Radio.
The Buzzard.
Is Rover.
Crank that son of a bitch up. Full blast. Oh, yeah.
Rock. And Alan Cox.
Seemingly, mind-numbingly dull.
FM home of the Cavaliers.
This is Cavaliers forward Evan Mobley on 100.7 WMMS.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
Hey, it's Rover for the Bath Authority. Imagine a new upgraded bathroom without the hassle of a lengthy renovation. A better bath awaits you with the Bath Authority. They make it possible with custom-made bathtubs, walk-in showers, and walk-in tubs. Available in a huge selection of styles, colors, and finishes, so you can get exactly what you want and you don't have to wait. Plus, right now, you can get a new bath installed in as little as 1 day for just $99 a month. Call 216-220-8399. 216-220-8399. The Bath Authority, 216-220-8399.
At Giant Eagle, Get Go, and Market District, we listen to what you, our customers,
Visit boostmobile.com for details. New customers and in-store only. Requires auto pay and ID verification. Other restrictions apply. See participating dealers for details.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos, Tequila, and Whiskey Studios. Voted Best Taco by Cleveland Scene and Cleveland Magazine.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland.
Little ditty about giving himself away.
All right, you want to go see, who do you want to go see? Ooh, WWE Raw is coming back to Cleveland at the Romo Fijo. And they got a hell of a lineup for you. If you're into the wrestling, WWE Raw is back in a couple of weeks. When is it precisely? Ooh, December the 11th. The American Nightmare, Cody Rhodes. WWE World Heavyweight Champ Seth freaking Rollins, Becky Lynch, just on Celebrity Jeopardy. The Ring General Gunther, and many, many more are going to be coming. RocketMortgageFieldhouse.com for the details. Caller 10. These tickets are yours for Raw on December the 11th. Good luck. 216-578-1007 to win, or 800-348-1007.
They like getting letters from the audience. Unfortunately, those letters are usually F and U. It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Right, really. Both of these people are dead now. That's Kirsty MacColl and the Pogues. Shane MacGowan, who was the longtime frontman for the Pogues. Kirsty MacColl was a lovely English singer. She died on holiday in Cozumel some 20 years ago when a powerboat ran over her. That's no way to go. But if you're a fan of the Pogues, Shane MacGowan was a guy who fronted that band. For quite some time, they dumped him because he was just... the Pogues were every inch the kind of Irish rebels you would want. They were loud and they were rowdy, and, he was a lowlife of the highest order, but they made great music. And Shane MacGowan was very much in a league of his own. He's 65 years old. If you know anything about him, you can't believe he lived that long. It's unbelievable. He was always disheveled. He had 5 teeth in his head. He was a junkie. He was a chain smoker. He was just drunk all the time. So Pogues dumped him early, and then I think they reunited sometime later. But he was always in and out of the hospital, and I think he finally, all systems shut down. But the Pogues, for people who are fans of English music, I mean, they were a big, big deal. And I don't know that they got the recognition they deserved in this country. But Gwen sent this to me this morning. I was like, oh, no. Because Shane MacGowan was such a larger-than-life figure. But again, hard to believe that he lived all the way to 65. And before the Pogues came around, Irish music sounded very traditional. There are Irish bands since then, obviously, bands like Black 47 and, who have kind of done a variety of things with that traditional stuff. But the Pogues were really the ones that kind of got people to pay attention to it. And so Shane MacGowan is gone. So pour out some, what were you guys drinking? 300 roses? 400 roses?
4 roses.
There you go.
4 roses. But
When you say that, just really, really quick, my sister's fiance was so drunk one time off of 4 roses. He had 11 shots of it. And she asked him, how much have you had? And he looked at his bill and he looked at her. He goes, 44 roses. Because it's 4 roses times 11. But that just cracked me up right there.
Right.
It's good mathing.
Yeah.
For
really
someone
good
that's
math.
had that many
I know,
shots.
right?
Yeah.
So you pour yourself a few fingers of Teeling tonight for Shane MacGowan, who's shuffled off his mortal coil. And, when I was a kid, the first film I ever remember seeing as a young child was called Darby O'Gill and the Little People. It had a young Sean Connery in it. And so for a long time, that's what people thought of Irish music. And those are my people. But before the Pogues came along, it sounded very, very different. And so Shane MacGowan is dead. And then another guy who probably even fewer people are familiar with, but I always thought he was a big deal. A band that kind of started in the early 70s, New York punk scene. It was a band called The Dictators. And they were more melodic than some punk bands that were there. You know, there wasn't a whole lot happening in punk at that time. The Dictators, back in the day, were doing gigs with Kiss. This was before anybody knew who Kiss really was. And they were just duking it out in grimy clubs in New York. And Scott Kempner was a longtime guitarist for The Dictators. And he is a little bit older than Shane MacGowan. I think I don't know if he was 70 or not. But the Dictators were doing their thing for a long time. They just put something new out a few months ago, I think. But he had been battling early onset dementia. And so if you're an old school punk fan and know anything about the Dictators, Scott Kempner was a big deal. So we're just losing rock legends left and right. So there's a little something for everybody to go around musically. You talk to Poundcake, he'll be the first one to tell you what a huge Dictators fan he was.
Yep, love him.
He's like, yep. So
Isn't that name Puh?
I'm sorry?
Potater.
What?
Potato.
You heard him.
Come on.
Just wanted to make sure that I did. Okay. No.
No.
Fine.
Not potatoes. No. And Henry Kissinger died too, but he was a war criminal. So screw him. He died at 100 because only the good die young. And if hell were a real place, he would be in it. But it isn't, and he's not. But between Shane MacGowan and Scott, it was a big week for people who are getting older, Gen Xers who are seeing their heroes fall away. If you want to leave us messages, you can do it a variety of ways. Of course, you can always text me and email me. You can leave messages on the iHeartRadio app. And you can leave voicemails on the After Hours line. 216-986-8903 is the number for that. What am I hearing? I want to make sure I'm not hearing something I don't want to hear.
Sounds like a song.
Right. There we go.
Listen on the podcast, you were talking about Ross Perot and all the other independents that have run in years past. You left out a major one, Vermin Supreme, who has run many times in the past. He is the boot on the head guy who ran on the free pony stimulus program. I think we got to give credit where credit's due. Love me. Love you. Hate the show. Bye.
I must have missed the free pony stimulus plan, but I do remember Vermin Supreme. I think he's still alive, right? Vermin. Do you guys remember Vermin Supreme?
Yeah, I remember that.
I mean, he was just a performance artist, but people started to take notice of him because he was a guy with a long gray beard, and he wore a giant rubber black boot on his head.
Just in Cleveland not that long ago. I saw him at. Was in Cleveland or Youngstown? He was around here because he was at somebody's open mic.
Oh, really?
Doing a set. I think it was at Spotlight.
Okay.
Doing a set.
Well, 10 years ago when the Occupy movement was real big, when there was Occupy Wall Street and Occupy Boston, and, in the wake of the 2008 meltdown, he would always show up at those things. But Caleb's right. He was running on giving every American a pony. He said one of his first orders of business was that he would pass a law requiring people to brush their teeth. And looking at this guy, you would peg him as the last guy that would want to legislate brushing your teeth. But I would vote for him just for that. He wanted to use zombies as renewable energy. And he wanted to invest a lot of money in time travel research. But he's a guy who will usually file the paperwork to run for president. Vermin Supreme. I'm sure there's a documentary about him somewhere. But he's run as a candidate for all the different parties. even though he describes himself as a social anarchist. But I don't know how old he is, but he looks old. He got a long gray beard. But it just goes to show you do need to, choose your representatives carefully. And you might be a rent is too damn high guy. You might be a vermin supreme type. Not to be confused with the streetwear brand. But he has run in every presidential election since 1992. He campaigned in the presidential primary in 2004, and he got 149 votes. See, flash forward to 2023, this guy got a hell of a lot more votes than 149. He ran in 2020, and he said that was the first time that he was trying to run as a legitimate candidate. For that, it was always kind of like everybody's in on the joke. But he tried to run as a legitimate candidate. He wanted to invest a lot in time travel research because he wanted to go back and kill baby Hitler. Of course, that's kind of one of those classic time travel conundrums.
Right, because also, you have to hope that time is linear in that situation where it's going to actually affect our future and not be, just create an alternate reality.
That's right. I watched Primer. Mm-hmm. You never know what's going to happen.
Primer.
It's not about repainting a car, Mary.
Are you sure?
It's yes. But you have to choose the people who represent you carefully. For instance, here in Ohio, congratulations to the Ohio House. They have finally, after 20-some-odd years, removed the spousal exemption for rape.
Hey!
You did it! Hey, it only took 20-some years and multiple public hearings.
What do you mean? Husbands can't rape?
You're his property.
He legally owns you.
They've been working on this, I guess, longer than a couple of decades. They've been working on this since 1985. They have been trying to remove the spousal exception for rape in Ohio since 1985. And the vote was 74-1. One guy voted against it. A Republican representative, shock, a guy named Bill Dean of, is it Xenia, Ohio? Xenia?
That's down by Dick, right?
That's outside Dayton, yeah. One guy voted against it. Representative Bill Dean thought that the spousal exception for rape should be intact, I guess. This is a guy who took over somebody's office after they died. This guy had been a plumber for 33 years, never had political office. I mean, he looks like he's probably mid-60s.
That's not that old. I was thinking 85 or something.
Well, 66 is still too young to think that husbands shouldn't be able to rape their wives. I mean, the guy's bio
my
goes.
Mom's 65.
What does she think on it?
But I'm saying I don't see her as an old woman.
I'm not saying it's old. It's sure as hell old enough to know better. Because his whole bio, he attends Dayton Avenue Baptist Church with his lovely wife. And so, God-fearing man who clearly has very strong ideas about a woman's wifely duties. The one guy who voted against it. So, again, as always, you gotta pick your reps carefully, locally and nationally. Hey, listen, at least we're not living in Arizona. One of our Phoenix bureau chiefs sent me the story about a hospital security guard who's been arrested because he was engaging in necrophilia with an elderly woman's body.
Was he married to her? Because if he's her husband, there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, but till death do you part.
No longer belongs to you once you're dead.
It's God's body now.
Randall Bird is 46. And he was a security guard at the Banner University Medical Center in Phoenix. And two witnesses walked into the morgue, and they found him acting very, very strangely inside the morgue's freezer. They said it was a freezer, but he was still sweating profusely and acting very, very nervous near a dead elderly woman's unzipped body bag. And they noticed that he was also unzipped. and his uniform was, quote, messy. And he told them that he had suffered a medical episode and fainted and fallen onto the victim's body.
Come on.
Oops, I fell over. Oops, I fell over again.
That's a bad day.
Austin Powers did.
Alan?
Well, it's a bad day if you're told something happened to your Nana. My Nana's dead.
Do they have to tell you
Yes,
that?
well, I mean, I don't know, but...
Because, I get it that's horrible.
How lonely are you, by the way,
It's
when
not
you're
a-
engaging in
that's not
elderly necrophilia?
That's a
Sorry?
sick-
Lonely is
It's
the
a
night.
sickness.
That's a
Yeah.
sickness. There's
It's a
no...
disease.
You can be lonely and sick.
I
But
understand
I don't
that,
think it's
but
about companionship.
I don't want to get
Well, no, I don't
canceled.
think he wants a
the dead
companion.
person.
Talking about power.
I don't want to get canceled for saying this, but the first thing when you
But-
said this,
Every great statement starts that
I'm
way.
just saying, when you said this, the first thing that came to my mind, I said, "How dead was she? Like, was she freshly dead? I'm like, was she still not?"
She was so dead.
How dead
So I came across this dead woman.
I'm thinking like
Good choice of words.
I'm thinking she was still warm, like in the hospital bed. Not that it makes it any better. Dead is dead, but she was in the freezer and in a body
Billy
bag.
Crystal over here.
unzipped.
She's only mostly dead.
We're talking like still warm, like ugh. Like at that point, you're just like a blob that's like melting into the rest of your body. At that point, like ugh.
There's got to be a better screening process for like morgues and funeral homes, because that's where obviously
No one wants
that's where
those
they
jobs,
have,
though.
but that's where they have access to the dead bodies. Do you think it's something that employers are just like, we're probably going to end up hiring a necrophiliac? Like, is it just like part of the
We
job?
just hope he's sneaky enough that we don't catch him.
That's what I mean. Is that it's like, does it come with it?
After that, though,
I mean,
so-
isn't it fair to assume that necrophilia, out of all the kinks, that's a really small
Victimless
fraction
crime.
of.
But there,
I mean, there is a victim in the legal
There-
sense. There is a victim.
but these stories are always, and I get it, there's not really anywhere else that you have access to dead bodies, but they're always coming out of morgues and funeral homes. So I'm wondering what,
Well, that's where the dead bodies are.
that's what I mean. But I guess there's not really a way to vet people if you,
Yeah, it's the same thing with
hey, you have sex with dead bodies? They're like, nah.
teachers and pastors, and
Right.
like it's like youth pastors are the ones that bang kids the most because they're around kids the most.
Kind of on Poundcake's wavelength. I will say this. The article that they sent me described the guy. I said necrophilia because that's what it was. But the way the article was written said that the guy was accused of the rape of an elderly woman's corpse. Now, rape, in the broadest sense we know, is without consent, right? They say it's a
Right.
crime of power, it's a crime of violence, not sex. If you are a corpse,
You can't consent.
but you also can't not consent.
Look at the way she was dressed.
It was a way to. She probably didn't have anything on. So, but again,
But I mean, I guess it is rape.
necrophilia is necrophilia. Well, of course it is. I just thought that was an odd word.
That is a very odd
Maybe the person who wrote it wasn't familiar with the term necrophilia. I don't know.
There has to be some type of bacteria that will like deteriorate your.
You're worried about the bacteria.
He probably wears a condom too, I would hope.
No, I don't think.
No,
I don't think anyone having sex with a dead body is wearing a condom.
No,
gotta be safe.
Now, what if it's decayed in there and you put it in and then stuff comes out with you? Body parts? Or
When you get to the point where you're going to physically violate a corpse, you're so
kinda
in a
want
froth.
that.
Well, you're not thinking about anything. He's like, hey, I'm here. You're here. Let's figure out what we can
So
do. I mean,
gross.
it's awful. So anyway, one of our Phoenix bureau chiefs, thanks for sending me that.
Oh,
But-
someone said in the chat that funeral homes prefer to hire women.
Because
Not
it's less
that-
likely to happen.
Well, because
yeah.
not that women aren't feeling them up, but they're not.
Not doing this as often.
There's no penetration.
Everybody we dealt with at the funeral home that we used for my dad, they were all women.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's indicative of the business at large, but they were younger women, like girls who had just come out of mortuary school.
Yeah.
And they couldn't have been nicer, you know?
You would think too, with like a not that it's not across the board, but kinder bedside manner and more emotionally intuitive. And
Well, I
things
think
like
a lot of the people who run funeral homes are aging out of that business. Like it's been in their family for a long time, and they're like, we got to get new blood in here anyway. And yeah, they're probably looking at dudes coming in with a
You're like
cocked eye,
way
if you
too
will.
excited for this gig. Like you're 27.
I'll start today.
You're so
I'll start.
sweaty.
Yeah.
What do you mean you have no context for points of reference or any previous employment?
Well, they say respect your elders, and that's I don't think even Poundcake would suggest that was doing it respectfully.
No, hell no. But there's levels.
God, remember how
Even
dead
that-
was she?
Even that. He has a postscript for everything. He has
sick
a
is sick.
disclaimer.
Sick is sick, but how sick are you? Like, there's levels.
Now, if it was like
disgusting.
if it was one of the, your skeleton faced white boys, would you go play dead at a funeral home?
Why would I
See
go?
Cody just shivering in a freezer.
No.
If I wait long enough, they're going to be real skeleton faced.
Oh, God, no. No, because there's no excitement from there. You can't get aroused. The whole point of me, enjoying it is seeing the other person, the smile on their face, like, yeah, looking down, saying curse words at me. I make sure it lets me know.
You're not seeing people smiling anyway.
So, yeah, I rely on the sounds that they make.
Hey, listen, I have to take a break here, and not a second too soon. If you want to send a text, 35192, you want to go see the band Tesla. They're back on the road this spring and coming to Cleveland. They'll play MGM Northfield Park, and we'll get you a couple of tickets after the break.
This is the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on
traffic.
From the Elk Grove Traffic Center, if you were injured because of medical malpractice, call 1-800-ELK, Ohio. Pretty busy on the inbound East Shoreway. East 55 around Dead Man's Curve up to the 77 split. Sun glare contributing to that slowdown. An accident reported Chester Avenue near East 66th Street. And traffic lights working incorrectly. Police on scene at Columbia, just south of I-90. Jackie Roberts in the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Innkeeper's Tattoo. Wear your story.
Heads up, guys. Stansbury here for Innkeeper's Tattoo Parlor. You can find my friends online at innkeeperstattoo.com, and you'll see there 6 qualified tattoo artists, a brand new piercer, and all the swag you need to stay fresh all season. Book your appointment now at innkeeperstattoo.com.
Over the past 5 years, making my true crime podcast, Hell and Gone, I've received hundreds of messages from people asking for help with an unsolved murder that's affected them, their families, and their communities. I'm Katherine Townsend. I've launched a new show on the Hell and Gone feed, Hell and Gone Murder Line. Every week, I feature a new case and help as much as I can to get the word out about unsolved murders. Listen to Hell and Gone Murder Line on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, I want to go see Tesla. The boys are back on the road next spring. They're on the Keeping It Real tour. I don't know who's with them. I've been looking, but I haven't seen anything yet. But they just announced this run of dates. It's St. Patty's Day weekend. Saturday, March 16th is when they'll get to Cleveland, play MGM Northfield Park. Ticketmaster.com will have all of the other details for you. But if you dig Tesla, they're a good band. A couple of tickets here for you. If you're caller 10, good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Who needs broadcasting awards?
I like the sound of my own voice award.
When you've won World's Sexiest and 5 years in a row.
And the winner is
Alan Cox
on 100.7 WMMS.
We're going to be catching up with comedian Chad Daniels here in a minute. He's got a new hour on YouTube. It's called Mixed Reviews. Cavaliers play tonight. It's their last homestand in a minute because they're going to be gone through the middle of the month. Trailblazers are in town tonight. They're on the downside of 500 right now. Cavs are around 10-8. Trailblazers, Cavs tonight, 7 o'clock from the Romo Fijo. So you'll hear it live here on MMS. Your pregame begins at 6:30. You can also listen on the iHeartRadio app if you want to do that. Hey, Ian.
Hey.
What's up?
Hey, so you guys were talking about that necrophilia story earlier.
Yeah.
And you guys had mentioned, I don't know if, like, anything happens to you from doing that or anything.
You mean bacteria-wise?
Yes. So I was reading a story on Reddit, I don't know, a couple years ago.
Always
some
reliable.
girl actually, yeah, I know. But she had gone out on a one-night stand, and she met a guy, and the guy had finished on her chest when he was done with everything. And
all right, yes.
So she goes to the hospital to get checked for an STD because she started breaking out where he had finished on her.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I think I've heard the story.
So they go to, the doctor tells her, no, you don't have an STD, so I'm going to send you to the dermatologist. The dermatologist looks into it and goes, yeah, this is there's a parasitic mite in his semen, and that's what's getting you. And you either get it from having sex with dead bodies or with dogs.
Parasitic mite in your semen is going to be on 2 hours to midnight this Saturday night. It's 120 minutes of metal here on the... I mean, I've heard of people having like a semen allergy. But
I saw that in the league. I didn't think it was real.
I mean, semen allergy is absolutely real, but the story that Ian was telling sounded like it was one of those like urban legends that made the round on Reddit. But I mean, listen, if they wrote it, it must be true, Ian.
Right.
A parasitic mite.
I just know I read it and thought it was disgusting. So when this is the first time a topic has ever came up about necrophilia since then.
Man, he has been holding on to this for a long... One of these days, I'm going to use this parasitic mite story, and it's going to be... I'll tell you know what they say? They have said it for as long as they've been writing history books. Parasitic mite makes parasitic right. And okay, thank you, Ian. I appreciate it. You got to remember those things. The parasitic mites in the semen. It's how did we take such a precarious and salacious turn on the program? I don't know. Hey, Chad.
Hi.
You know, when you, yeah, right. I just teed you up perfectly with parasitic mite in the semen, and I'll let you go from there as a professional.
Well, just happy to finally figure out what this rash is.
Kelsey, what have you been up to?
Easy. We just had your lovely paramour in here a couple of weeks ago, and I didn't want to put her on the spot, so to speak, but she didn't mention anything about that.
Well, next time you have her in, you have your opener, I'd say.
Yeah, I guess so. How you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. I am in Austin, Texas. It was raining this morning, and now the skies they've opened up. It's perfectly blue. It's a nice day. It's a nice chance to get above 40 degrees for the first time for me since I live in Minnesota. It's been good.
You do Rogan's Club down there?
For the first time, I'm doing sets this week because I'm in San Antonio this weekend. And so I came down to do a couple podcasts to promote the new special. And then I decided to do some sets at his club. And then I'll be back down here to do a full weekend in May at his club. Yeah.
It's kind of an inside baseball question, but, you know, you'll talk about some of the comics we've talked to have said that they really, really love the vibe of Rogan's Club. Like, he really went to great pains to make it a place that was comfortable and acoustically sound, and just a place, not just creatively where people can open up. And then, you know, here in Cleveland, comedians almost universally are like, I love Hilarities and Nick. It's one of the greatest clubs in the country, blah, blah, blah.
Of course, yeah.
And we take that as gospel. Is there a club that you have always loved doing that's just not on people's radar, or you're a big enough deal where you're not playing small rooms, but is there a club that comes to mind you go, man, I don't ever hear anybody talking about this club, but I love it?
Well, first of all, you'd be surprised what rooms I play.
Yeah.
But secondly, you know, I'm trying to think. I really love the Comedy Attic in Bloomington, Indiana.
Mm-hmm. Indiana University.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So that's a fun room to play, and there are a lot of those, you know, little independent clubs that are fantastic. I will say that, you know, Rogan's Club, for whatever it's worth, it is great. The crowds are really fun. You can tell that it's run by a stand-up comedian.
Right.
And it was not run by a stand-up comedian, but kind of developed, and they had their opinion in it, because it's great. You know, there's a fun hang afterwards, and just for those of everybody wondering, there's no talk of another insurrection. No one's sitting around in the corner.
Yeah.
No one's sitting around in the corner planning the next January 6th.
And Chad knows this because he's been wearing a wire. So you've done a great service to your country. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. People were like, why are you taking pictures of the bar as I'm holding my phone closer to their mouth?
Yeah, right. Why is he wearing a wire? No, he's just he's nervous and itchy because of that rash. And so you don't want people getting the wrong idea. Right. But you know, your boyfriend, I know Kelsey Cook is your lovely paramour right now, but your boyfriend Bill Squire is here too, and he can't wait to see you.
I'm excited to see him. We just talked about possibly doing some sightseeing in Washington, D.C.
Yeah,
the nation's capital.
Maybe we'll do our own little insurrection together.
Well, listen, I'll tell you what.
I
keep your mouth shut, because I'm in here talking about it. I'm down here in Austin figuring out the ropes.
I'm just now looking forward to going up all them steps.
The old Kung Fu Panda get you?
Yeah, that's right. I'm excited for that weekend, and this will be the first time we work together since back in April. So I'm sure your material has developed a lot, and my material has changed a lot. So that's always fun to see the new stuff going on. But mostly, it's just we always just have a good hang. I don't know. You're just my buddy, and the new special is fantastic.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the hang too. It is, here we are fluffing each other up.
Right.
It's always
the place to do it.
Nice to catch up, talk about the kiddos and all that stuff. But then it is it is fun to watch the progression. You're right.
Yeah, and just kind of talk shop a little bit and talk about what we've been up to. But with the new special coming out, I know it's got over 100,000 views in the first week, so that's great. And you filmed 2 in one night, which has you keep saying has never been done.
Well, I just don't think it has. That's what I keep saying.
I don't know. I'm going off of your word.
You know what? Now that you mention that, I think the last time Chad was here, he was talking about that he was going to do 2 full specials, right? I forgot about that.
Yeah, because he was
right,
in here in November last year.
It was the week before I did it, because what I did at Hilarities is I went in and I did the exact. So here's what I did in Madison, Wisconsin, right? I did one show at 7 o'clock, and that was 1 hour of material. And then I got off stage. They changed the set. I changed my clothes, and I went out and did a completely different hour of material for the second show, and then recorded both of those. And when I was at Hilarities, I did the run through at Hilarities. So I did Friday early show was one. Friday and Saturday early show were 1 hour, and then the late shows were the other hour. So I got to practice when I was at Hilarities, and it was great because some people stayed for 2 shows or came for the whole weekend. I mean, it was really felt very supportive before this thing that I was going to attempt to do. And Madison was awesome because mixed reviews, I call it that because I pick on the far left and I pick on the far right and I pick on myself. And it's fun because Madison, is like this university town that's liberal. But if you'll remember, Wisconsin as a whole became a swing state when Trump was elected.
Yeah.
So it was red. And so it was great because I even make mention in the special. It's like you can tell who lives in Madison and you can tell who drove their truck in to watch by what they're laughing at. And it was a ton of fun to pick on both sides because by the end, we were all laughing together and realizing, it's way more fun to do this than scream at each other all the time.
Well, and that's what's so good about your comedy is you do you take big swings at both sides, and it's only those fringe people that are ever really, they're so loud that people think that's everybody, but it's just not the case. Most people can hear a joke that they don't necessarily agree with and go, I don't think that way, but it's a funny joke, so I get it. But those people aren't loud. The people that are loud are the ones that are so far left or so far right that are just like, yeah, this is the worst thing I've ever heard. You gotta get canceled, blah blah. And it's just it's so tiring. But that's also how so many comedians market their specials now by being, I'm saying the stuff that that you're thinking, but you just can't handle, and they play off that controversy. It's like I just want to see a good special. How about that? Just like how about a funny special, not someone just trying to rile people up.
Yeah, I'm never looking for controversy. I mean, not in my stand-up. In my personal life, always.
Always, constantly, yes. That is very true.
That's where the good stuff
is. You're looking for controversy when you're trying to buy a pizza from Casey's. That's when.
Yeah, there's no doubt. I do love a good rough up in public. But, as far as like stand-up goes, it's way more fun when you pick targets that could be in the room, but for the most part, the majority of the room is going to laugh at both of those. And you have to, here's the thing, it's almost like being a dad prepared me for this, because when you're talking about politics, as embarrassing and disgusting as this is, you have to be perfectly fair to both sides, or somebody's going to go to their room and pout. And so, I took, for every single thing I said about the right, I said something else just exactly equal about the left, and it was really fun because no one, it
is like 2 kids screaming at each other.
Yeah. No, we get it. You're a centrist pussy. You got no backbone, bud. I get it.
You gotta pick a side.
I just want to make everyone happy.
No, it's fantastic. But another thing about you is in public, you do love a good dust up. Even if you're, so last time, well, not last time we were working together, but when we were out in Sacramento, it was the playoffs for the NFL, and you got the cops called on you, or the security called on you because you were screaming at the top of your lungs over the Vikings versus Giants game. And I just wanted to bring that up again because I know it still hasn't, that wound hasn't healed.
Yeah, they. This is a story I tell in my act because it was so ridiculous. But the security came to the door and they said we had a domestic disturbance complaint about this room. And I said, well, no one's been in here. And they said, well, we don't believe you. And I said, you want to come in here and try to bend this sock? Go ahead. But I have been here by myself. So it was a whole to-do. I couldn't believe it just because I was screaming at the Vikings, I guess. But I guess the lesson there is keep it down.
Did they put the sock, just for safety, in like an evidence bag or anything like that to check it out? Or was it like one of those old weightlifting videos of the guy trying to tear a phone book in half? How did that resolve itself?
It resolved itself by not being real. I was just trying to get them to giggle. There was no sock.
Oh, that's a bummer. I take everybody literally, and that's, oh, come on. Hey, when you guys go to D.C., will you rent a tandem bike at least and send us photos?
If they have one to rent.
They do. They have a bunch. They got a fleet.
Okay, I would do that. I'm down for that.
Where are you going in D.C. where they have tandem bikes?
The Tandem Bike Memorial. Thank you very much.
Memorial? Not museum. Memorial.
For all the accidents.
All of the people who've died on tandem bikes. It's in between. Everybody wants to go to the Washington Monument or the Lincoln Memorial or the blah, blah. Nope, the Tandem Bike Memorial. There's a reflecting pool that's got helmets floating on it and the whole thing.
It's the gravestones as far as the eye can see, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
A lot of tandem bike accidents in the early days of building this country.
Yeah, listen, I mean, it goes unheralded, but I'm here to keep that flame alight.
Those old tandem bikes had that big wheel in the front, and they were really hard
penny
to ride.
farthings.
Yeah.
Now, the penny farthing museum is right. That's at the Smithsonian. So, ironically, you cannot take a tandem bike into the Smithsonian, but so many things to do there.
Says you, Alan. Says you.
Arrest number 2 coming.
Right.
Catch me if you can.
And you also, so you got your podcast, Middle of Somewhere with Cy, and then you also started a new podcast with Kelsey, your girlfriend, who is a very successful comedian as well, called Pretend Problems, which people can watch on your YouTube channel or wherever you get podcasts. And how did this come to be? Where you guys are just like, we have such funny conversations. We should monetize this. We should take our private life.
Surely it didn't come out of a funny conversation. It came out of we had to check in with one another because one of us was bothered by something. And so we resolved it. And we were like, oh my God, that's so healthy. What are we doing? We should have this conversation and record this, because this is the first relationship I've been in where that is the kind of that's the kind of communication that goes on. And then we also try to be funny, which I hope comes across, but it's more of like just living together and getting through the daily grind of having someone around that's not you, that you have to get used to.
Yeah.
Were you fighting over a thirst trap on Instagram, Chad?
You know, I will tell you this. That has been an argument.
Well, then keep your boobs off the
I was
going to
say,
Chad.
tell her to lighten up.
You.
Keep your cookies and cream to yourself.
Yeah, but I would imagine at some point.
The world.
Yeah, at some point that is at least a conversation. Yeah.
Yeah, it has been a conversation. It's just like, you know, and I'm not talking about either one of us. I'm talking about the just other people posting these things, and you know, how long do I have to watch you stare at it? Give me a time. Give me an amount of seconds. Because once I know, I can deal with it. But until I know, then I'm just kind of waiting, being like, when are you going to flip it?
Will you be a first week guest? Because it's, you know, showbiz. It's 2 or 3 degrees of everybody. Will you be, break the news right here, a first week guest when Taylor Tomlinson takes over for Corden?
I will not.
Ah, you son of a whore. All right, fine. Well, then I guess that's that.
What's the
no, I mean, I don't even know what that show is about. I think it's supposed to be like the At Midnight show from Comedy Central.
Kind of like it is, yeah, I think so.
What's the plan with the other special? Because you shot 2 in one night. What are you gonna give it like 6
Well,
months.
the other special, the second one was purchased by Netflix.
Oh,
Hey,
well,
congrats.
that's huge.
That's so exciting.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We sent them both, and they felt like mixed reviews. Was like, listen, some people are not going to like this, and I said that's the point. So
Yeah,
whatever.
Usually
And
they
then
like
so
to lean in that kind of controversy.
Yeah. I just don't know. There is like a little bit of COVID stuff at the beginning, and so I wonder if they're like, listen, man, we're done with this. We can't even hear that word anymore.
Yeah.
So I don't know, but they took the second one, and I'm recording another one March 2nd in St. Paul, Minnesota.
Jesus,
and so,
dude, can you calm down a little bit?
He's very prolific. Let him be prolific.
I'm hoping that they will switch out the two. So I can get the one that I recorded in Madison, I can get that one back, and I can release that one immediately, and then they can take the one that I do in March and release that one in the summer or something.
Okay. Well, that's really cool, man. Just getting them to sign that deal is a huge step. So that's awesome.
Yeah, that was fun. It was it's fun, now when I turn on Netflix, I go, well, eventually, I don't know when, but eventually I'll turn this on
and see your stupid face.
My face will be looking back.
Your stupid face. Well,
Yes,
congrats on all this, man. It's very exciting.
Thank you.
Bill, any parting
Now,
words?
if I could just get rid of this rash.
I know. Well, I'm going to call
My
your
life would be
physician
perfect.
and your congressman.
I actually know a little trick for that. Don't worry about it. I'll text you.
Yeah.
No, I can't wait to see you next week, and we're going to have a lot of fun. And also,
it's going to be a blast.
I also know, as much as we want to go out and sightsee, I'm more excited about where we're going to go and eat. And I think you're probably the same.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah.
I will tell you, and this is not just, again, another fluff, but I can't wait to be back at Hilarities. It really is. You were talking about it before, but it really is one of my favorite clubs. I mean, the way it's run is unbelievable. Nick is just such an absolute legend in comedy and just running a business. I mean, it's really incredible. So
We're lucky to have him. I'm glad we have a place like that here that people want to come to.
Oh, absolutely. You will have a long line forever and ever trying to get into that place. So thanks a ton for having me on. I appreciate it.
You got it, brother. All right, man.
See you next week, bud.
Yep. Talk to you guys soon.
Later. There's Chad Daniels. You can go to chaddaniels.com. Mixed Reviews is the new hour. It is available now on YouTube, probably for free, right?
Yeah.
You can just watch it. Oh, that's exciting. I'm going to take a break here. If you want to send a text for anything, 35192, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. Rover's Morning Glory.
Look at this picture. Here's a woman who got face filler, got an infection, and her nose fell off. Oh, my God. Isn't that disgusting?
Looks painful.
I sent this to my wife. I go, don't let this happen to you. She goes, I don't get face filler. I go, I don't know what you're doing, but...
Botox. Who cares? Let her do Botox. And fillers. I've had fillers before.
You got a problem like this, you got to get it taken care of right away or your nose is going to fall off.
Oh, my God.
You be married to somebody with no nose?
Sure you can. So what do you mean? If your wife had no nose, you're going to leave
dated
her?
someone with no brain.
Yeah.
You.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
Hey, it's Rover for the Bath Authority. Imagine a new upgraded bathroom without the hassle of a lengthy renovation. A better bath away too with the Bath Authority. They make it possible with custom-made bathtubs, walk-in showers, and walk-in tubs available in a huge selection of styles, colors, and finishes, so you can get exactly what you want and you don't have to wait. Plus, right now, you can get a new bath installed in as little as 1 day for just $99 a month. Call 216-220-8399. 216-220-8399. The Bath Authority. 216-220-8399.
Everyone to feel special. That's why with your Discover card, you have access to 24/7 customer service, as well as $0 fraud liability, which means you're never held responsible for unauthorized purchases. Learn more at discover.com/credit card. Limitations apply.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos, Tequila, and Whiskey Studios. Voted Best Taco by Cleveland Scene and Cleveland Magazine.
The Buzzard. The home of The Buzzard.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Is that what you want to do? Think about it, Alan. Once divorced and a broken man.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Press it. Press it.
World, the time has come to
Depress that button.
World, the time has come to
Depress that button.
World, the time has come to
Depress that button. Thank you.
World, my finger is on the button.
Press it.
My finger is on the button.
You got it? Press it.
My finger is on the button.
Push that button. You got it? Press it. 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 Depress that button. Depress that button. Thank you. Tell it your life story. Oh, you got to wait for the drop there.
Yeah.
I didn't, and that was all done live. I went, pa, 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 pa. You know, it didn't have to, DJ Jake C didn't have to produce that at all. If you're watching the show live at alancoxshow.com through the magic of video technology, tip of the hat to Dane Gleeballs, who's helping out today. Okay. Thank you so much. You're an idiot. He's an associate, I assume,
that
of
was a recommendation.
Yep. Oh. Drew P. Dong helped out as well a few months back.
Referral.
A referral, that's right.
Yeah,
Word of mouth is how you'll find the most experienced people. Cavaliers will play tonight. The Trailblazers are in town. They haven't been blazing many trails lately. They're 5-12 there in Portland. About 7 o'clock tonight, so 6:30 is when the pregame coverage will begin here on MMS and on the iHeartRadio app. Before the Cavs hit the road for a couple of weeks, they'll play in Detroit on Saturday night. And right after that game, we'll have a couple hours of metal for you. So if that blows your skirt up, we do a show called 2 Hours to Midnight. I'm your host, along with Corey Roddick and Pat Butler. And we do 120 minutes of nothing but metal. Play brand new stuff. We'll play local metal. We'll play old classics, just stuff we dig and dig up. Let me get you an old track here. What are we going to play? An old Morbid Angel this Saturday night. We're going to play some old
Skater Boy? That's a
Refused,
metal song, right?
Yeah.
And God forbid.
Old metal.
Mm-hmm.
Skater Boy? No.
Yeah, it's old metal.
No song titles with numbers in them. That's my promise to you.
What about 666? Isn't that metal?
It's not in the title of the song.
Oh, it's the number of the beast. I thought it said 666 in like parentheses.
In the lyrics. Okay. Even if it did, those are not numbers that are supposed to. Skater Boy, it's jammed there in the middle because she's trying to be cute. She's trying to create a syllable.
One by Metallica.
It's O-N-E.
So, still a number.
Wow. All right.
Are you saying
I'm also not going to play One by Metallica on 2 Hours to Midnight because we play it every 10 minutes on MMS.
What about 3 a.m. by Matchbox 20?
Shut up. It's 3 a.m.
Well, I must be lonely.
I'm going to work that in between Loathe and Sadist Ride the Knife.
Yes.
All right, guys.
All
It's
right,
2
I'll be
Hours to
listening.
Midnight. Here's
Love me
Matchbox 20.
Matchbox 20.
Yeah. So that's Saturday night after the Cavs game on the Buzzard. Poundcake sports break yesterday, and he was saying, I'm sure we'll get more information on the Corey Perry situation. And he was right. The rumor, of course, that was going around was that Corey Perry had banged Connor Bedard's mom. They were over there at the Chicago Blackhawks. And I don't think anybody thought that that was the case. But it turns out, it sounds like he got really, really hammered at a big team event. Corey Perry was alleged to have been involved in an alcohol-fueled incident at a big event that included corporate partners and team employees.
Ooh.
They say it's unclear what allegedly took place, who witnessed it, and who reported it to the team. You know, you got to keep your head on a swivel. We have the iHeart Christmas party next week. I can't make it. I won't be there. And trust me,
You're not going to go?
Nobody will notice. But
Why aren't you
got
going?
it.
What do you got going on?
It's my daughter's Christmas program.
Oh.
It's the second grade Christmas concert. That takes precedence, obviously.
What time's that at?
7 o'clock on Tuesday.
You know what songs they're going to sing? They're not good.
I don't know anything about it. Last year's was great.
We wish you a Merry Christmas. Yeah. We want to get drunk with their boss. Come on.
You don't get drunk at the Christmas party. It is not smart to get drunk at the Christmas party.
I guess
You don't
we're
know
going to
what-
get drunk the night before,
You're going to
too.
say something to the wrong person. You never know. It always amazes me how loose-lipped some people are. Listen, this business, there's a case to be made. It's not some stuffy, buttoned-up thing. But we still do work for a corporation.
Mm-hmm.
And even at the local level, I don't know, man. My vibe has always been leave it to other people to get hammered at the company event.
Right.
If they want to do that, cool.
Let 'em go.
I don't want to be the guy that everybody's
I'm
telling
trying
the
to
story
create
about.
content for Wednesday. Sorry.
No.
Sorry that I have the best interest of the show in mind.
I'm not telling
I can't
you-
wait to hear about your second graders' Christmas concert.
I'm not telling. Listen, I'm hoping half those kids are going to be drunk, so I'll be telling the same stories.
That'd be great.
I'm not telling you
Bay
not to do
Village.
anything. I'm saying I'm not going to be there. I didn't think you guys were going anyway.
I'm going.
You're going to the.
It's right down the street.
Yeah,
Just
it's like
walk down.
it's around the corner.
So why not?
You're
Pop
going
your head in.
too?
I'm going to say hi. Maybe that'll be finger foods. When it comes to corporate events, Cody and I are very much on the same page.
Poundcake,
Where I'm
you're going too?
Well, no, I'm going to go see if there's free food, and if there's not, I'm leaving. And if there is free food, I'm going to have a couple bites, say a couple hellos, and then.
I bet there will not. That's a small space. I bet there will not be free food.
It's going to be picked over by the time we get there.
It's at a bar.
I want a little finger sandwich.
If they were going to do all that, they would have had it here or somewhere else.
No, there's going to
We
be
got
food. It's just
back-to-back
gonna be
events,
picked
though,
over.
because Monday we got the
Buzzard Winter
Buzzard
Brew
Winter Brew,
Tap.
so
Yeah,
I'm
we're going to do that
excited.
party at
All right.
Brew Kettle in Strongsville.
So
on-
here's
on
your
Monday.
challenge. Just stay drunk. You got to be drunk the whole time, from the Buzzard Brew until after the Christmas party,
Okay, can you
including
drive
on
me to
air.
work on Tuesday and Monday?
No.
Just do it. Just have you a little bender.
So
When's the last time
Poundcake-
you had a bender?
It's been a while. It's been a while. I haven't maybe probably Labor Day.
Labor Day.
Labor
Yeah.
Day. Yeah.
So Poundcake,
Yeah,
you
it
are
was Labor Day. Yeah.
you are going to the Christmas party or you're not?
I don't know
What will determine whether or not you go? What's the criteria?
whether I go to the Buzzard Brew tapping or not the Buzzard Brew tapping.
Oh, it's one or the other.
I don't think I'm going to do both.
Why?
Because I don't want to do both.
Well, then go Monday. I mean, that's a show event.
Yeah. So if I go to one, I'm not going to go to the other.
Yeah. Well, I guess Bill and Mary will be
You can't just be super reliable. to
repping
both.
the show. Super reliable. There he is again. He doesn't want to be too reliable. Trust me, nobody's going to know I'm not there on Tuesday. They sure as hell aren't going to know if
That's
you're
the
not
first
there.
thing they're going to say. When's Alan coming on?
Absolutely not. Absolutely
Everybody
not.
loves you.
Nope.
do.
Because they don't care if I'm there or not.
They do.
They don't.
They do.
No, stop.
Hotchkiss can go, hey, where's Alan? I thought Alan's going to come over.
Hey, you shouldn't have done it when I'm on the air then, smart guy.
But then they always say, just take the day off.
Right. Yeah, take the day off.
Or end
You're
the
not
show
paying me to go to
early.
the bar.
End the show early.
And that's how seriously they take all this,
They're
right?
paying
This
you.
is my bread and butter. Those guys, they don't give a rat's ass.
They're
They go,
paying
oh,
you.
end the show early. Why would I do that? You ain't paying me to end the show early.
They're paying you in camaraderie and networking with your.
Networking with the people I've been. It's going to be 14 years in a couple of weeks, all right?
There's
I ain't
you
networking with them.
salespeople.
I ain't networking with them. They'll be gone in a month. No, I guess I didn't realize that you guys were all going.
We're gonna be done at 6:30. It only goes till 7. I'm literally gonna pop my head in, walk, and then if there's something to snack on. But I don't drink, so like the Buzzard
No, I
Brew thing
understand.
too. Coming out, saying hi.
You don't have to come out.
Well, make an appearance, say hi.
Yeah, you can.
Have a snack.
I'm just saying, you don't have to haul ass to Strongsville if you don't want to.
But the party.
Well, then.
What?
Well, because.
Show event.
Yeah, the show event, because we're going to leave from here to go there.
You're talking about Monday?
Yes.
Yeah, so that means I can't get drunk.
No, because you're driving to Strongsville.
No, if we have Mary drive us.
I can drive you, but then your cars are here.
I'm going to. You want to
Unless
Uber?
you're going to Uber to work, and then I have to drive your drunk asses home. I guess you guys live right by each other.
7 minutes. It's not even a big deal. Uber would be like $5.
Yeah.
And then I tip
I'll
them
Uber to
$1.
work on Monday, and you can drive us around.
I don't care. Don't say it like that.
Please.
I'll Uber to work on Monday, and then you can drive us around.
You just offered.
You dumb bitch.
Drive us.
You just offered.
I didn't say dumb
That
bitch.
was your tone.
implied.
Your tone was implying you are now our cart girl.
Cart girl.
We'll get our sober friends if they can't drive you places.
Listen, that's enough out of you. How drunk do you guys plan on getting?
I mean,
Those beers are strong. They're 8%.
Okay.
So you have two. You're going to be feeling pretty good. And then there's always going to be some customers that are like, hey, you want to do a shot? What am I, an a-hole? I'm going to turn down a shot? No, I'm going to do a shot with them. And then be like, well, can Mary do it? And like, no, but I'll do one for her.
Yeah, you can take all my shots.
Yeah. So
don't we have a suite?
Before you know it.
A suite
in
at a
in
bar?
brew kettle?
Didn't they say what was the thing they
The,
said about
the swing suites.
what is
That's
that?
not what
their,
you think it
That's
is.
their fancy way of saying playing video golf.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, and I want to do that.
A suite nonetheless.
So I'm very excited for it. And I want the customers
Monday's
to come
gonna
out
be
and hang
great.
out with us.
I just literally cannot go on Tuesday. Alan, I got absolutely loaded at a company Christmas party on Jaeger, and I knocked out a machine operator. That was the last week I worked for that place, and their lawyer got a couple $1,000s out of me.
As they should.
Yeah, but I'm not a punchy drunk either. And also,
some people, you guys are living these lives that, wow, amazing to me.
I've never been in a fight like when I'm drunk. So like that's not.
And who's drinking Jaeger at the company Christmas party?
They were doing that the first Christmas party I went to when we were at Hofbrauhaus. They were doing shot skis of Jaeger.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they weren't that's probably the one shot they did of Jägermeister.
No.
Really?
There was like multiple people.
This was the
doing
Geraldo year?
multiple shots.
Yeah.
Who?
The
I bet
tall
they're
guy
not-
from promo.
They're not here anymore. Mike Pica?
Yeah, he did like 3 of them.
But he's a giant.
But I mean, there was more than one round of people, and then there were people doing shots at the bar. It was my first year sober too. It was 2019, and we had pierogies, and I was eating all the food.
Wow.
But actually, it might have even been 2018.
That was pre-COVID.
It was pre-COVID.
Yeah.
It was definitely pre-COVID.
That was the year that Geraldo was there.
If
I
it-
think.
Okay, so was that
Or no,
2018 or 19?
No, because the one year,
think
it
we
was
did-
just me and Bill and Poundcake.
We did 2
Geraldo
years.
was there.
We did 2 years at
Hofbrauhaus.
I was only there for one of them.
And you were there for the 2019 one. So,
So
you're
then
sober
I was
for that
sober,
one.
yeah. But I remember, so I've never been drunk at a corporate party. Well, I wasn't working here
Well,
yet.
I'm sorry you missed out.
I was annihilated at the 50th anniversary party with Ozzy.
Yes.
I was very, very drunk for
But
that.
a lot of people were. I mean, but again, that
But
wasn't.
again, I wasn't technically an employee
And
yet.
it wasn't a corporate party.
Right.
That was supposed to be like a good time, a great time, you know?
That was
People
that
were-
was that I was DDing, and so I had to round up Poundcake and Mary.
But that was the last time.
And Mary's just like off by herself, just
I found a
housing a
cheeseburger.
burger.
I don't even know whose it was.
That was the last time I had an edible.
I had edibles. We shared edibles. I showed up with edibles, and I was already like 3 Christmas ales in.
Such a bad influence. But that was the last. I think it was because of you, Mary.
It was. I was handing them out to everybody.
I'm saying, but because of that situation, you're the reason why I don't do edibles in public anymore. Because it was just so.
That one
overwhelming.
time?
They were strong.
But it was a strong edible.
They were like homemade caramels.
There's
like
a
you shouldn't be
concert
messing
going on.
with.
I'm backstage. I gotta have badges and stuff. And I'm like, I think I just followed Bill. He was like, we gotta find Mary. And again,
Yeah, because you were sitting on Rover's lap the whole time.
Me?
No,
I-
Poundcake.
Again, you guys tell me that. I don't remember that.
There's photos of it. That's how I know.
There's a photo of me sitting
That's
on
how
Rover's
I
lap.
know is they showed me
think
the
I do.
photo. Yes, of course.
I don't remember.
How would I have known?
I don't remember that.
I always say I wasn't there.
And we have a fun group. I like when we do when we go to the Cavs games with the group, it's always fun to hang out. And so I'm excited for Monday and for the Christmas party. Just hang out with the sales guys. I'm beating everybody in the fantasy football league, so I talk a little smack.
You get to peacock a little bit.
A little bit after all these. Like I don't even think I've made it to the playoffs in that league, and I've been in it for. I think we've been doing that league for like 9 years, and so I'm excited to finally have some bragging rights.
I have completely forgotten to give you this trip to Los Angeles. We're doing our Alter Ego Festival. It is, I believe, the weekend of the 13th of January. They'll tell you if you win. And it's a shot for you to see Paramore and the 1975 in the Black Keys, 30 Seconds to Mars and Bush and Sum 41 out in Anaheim in January. It is completely sold out. So the only way to get in is to win one of these trips. So I have one a day for you through Wednesday. I hope you win. Good luck.
Now, your chance at a trip to our iHeartRadio Alter Ego. Text the nationwide keyword, party, to the number 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's party to 200-200.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Overnight, increasing clouds, rain starting in the early morning, a low of 40. Tomorrow, rain until late in the afternoon, a high of 45. Saturday, slight chance of rain.
Levin continues for one final weekend. Take an extra 25% off. 5-year special financing with no money down and an extra $50 gift card. It's unquestionably our best Black Friday sale ever. Final weekend at Levin.
Over the past 5 years, making my true crime podcast, Hell and Gone, I've received hundreds of messages from people asking for help with an unsolved murder that's affected them, their families, and their communities. I'm Katherine Townsend. I've launched a new show on the Hell and Gone feed, Hell and Gone Murder Line. Every week, I feature a new case and help as much as I can to get the word out about unsolved murders. Listen to Hell and Gone Murder Line on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Now it's time to give stuff away. Alan is giving some stuff away.
All right, I want to get to Castle Noel in Medina. It's America's largest year-round indoor Christmas entertainment attraction. Go any time of the year. Tickets info, all that at castlenoel.com. You get a 4-pack of tickets here, okay? You win 3 pals. Good luck. Call 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Some things are too good to be true. This thing is too true to be good.
The Alan Cox Show.
True that.
On 100.7 WMMS.
It's about a half an hour outside Cincinnati, and the hospitals are starting to fill up. This is hitting kids. And so if this is the next thing that people are going to end up being worried about on the scale of COVID-19, it's going to be a lot different because you recall COVID-19
wasn't real.
Well, not only was it not real, it kind of spared a lot of kids. You know, I think that was the only silver lining, as they were like, it doesn't look like that's why people were getting so up in arms about schools instituting mask mandates. You could kind of understand that, but, you know, children do go to school with adults. Those are the teachers, the administrators, and things like that, and kids are always sick with something. But Ohio is the first state in the United States to be dealing with white lung pneumonia, which I guess is an especially harsh and antibiotic resistant thing that's coming over. Europe and China have already seen a huge surge in cases. Massachusetts says that they have it now. But Warren County outside Cincinnati was the first American outbreak so far of white lung syndrome that is affecting younger children. They're seeing a lot of kids in the pediatric ER because of this.
What is it?
You start singing Creed.
I mean, it's like pneumonia. It's like coughing and wheezing and
yeah. That's how it initially presents. Now they say that, you know, and this is kind of the initial reaction is they go, hey, nationally, there's nothing we're seeing that's out of the ordinary. But you could have said that in the early days of COVID, too. Yeah, it's fine. We don't see a lot of cases of this. Yeah, not now you don't, but of course you can't predict the future.
Oh, I really don't want to do another pandemic.
I know. I don't have it. I don't have it.
Think of how prescient Chad Daniels' material is going to seem if another pandemic comes around. Well, listen, people who know what they're talking about say that it's very dangerous to extrapolate one county in Ohio to a country of 330 million people, which is absolutely true. But in the interest of vigilance, they haven't figured out what's triggering it down there outside of Cincinnati, and so they're still trying to get their hands around it.
Thanks a lot, Cincinnati.
In Massachusetts. Yeah, thanks.
Is it putting cinnamon in your chili?
They haven't ruled that out.
Just saying.
They can neither confirm nor deny that. But Warren County is it's not a huge area, but these are respiratory infections, which are, I guess, affecting kids more than anybody else. You know, COVID was affecting people who were kind of already
the olds,
not in great shape. Yeah, but it affected a lot of different people in many, many different ways.
Are the kids recovering okay? Like how's that all going?
Hard to say. Neither outbreak is being caused by a novel pathogen, so nothing brand new. I mean, white lung syndrome, it's not like they're just discovering it. I mean, this is an existing thing, but they're trying to figure out why it blew up in Ohio and why it's blowing up in Massachusetts.
Oh, if it exists, and how come I've never heard of it?
That's a very good question.
If it's real, how come I've never Googled
it's a
it?
really, really good question. Maybe you should Google more random things. All right.
You can't Google the impossible, Alan. Open your eyes.
Well, I guess it's a good thing that White Lung, the band, did break up, because if this really explodes, it'd be the same thing as a Corona beer. All the nonsense they had to go through.
Their sales went up.
Of the negative association. Corona beer? I think initially it did, but then they went way down. Once people were like, oh, this is going to, at the beginning of COVID, everybody's like, this will be over in a month. Don't worry about it. 2 weeks, whatever. So something that they're keeping their eyes on. White lung syndrome. If you listen to us on iHeartRadio, on the app there, thank you, because it's not always easy to do. But I'd like to know where people are listening if you do it out of state. We do have a lot of bureau chiefs in Massachusetts and down there near Cincinnati. Brian's in Dover, Delaware. Lori listens in Albuquerque. Holly and Paul are in Phoenix. Tiffany's in Harrisburg, PA. And Ty is a new listener in Bardstown, Kentucky.
Alan, podcast listener. I just recently did a rewatch of The Wire, second timer, and was really surprised this time around. It's been a couple years when I saw Delegate Watkins coming around playing his character, and I'm wondering if that's where you got your alias, Delegate Watkins, from. Very clever, if indeed that is where it came from. Love me, love you, hate this show.
I had this list of aliases, and I've offered one and all of them to Poundcake should he need to change his identity or whatever. And Delicate Watkins is one of my longtime aliases. But a lot of times, I don't know. I don't remember where they came from. And she's absolutely correct. I made Delicate Watkins out of a character, Delegate Watkins. We were watching The Wire years ago. And I said to Gwen, this is a show about gangbangers banging and slanging. The Wire. They should have had a character named Delicate Watkins. And I put it on my list. So, yes, that is where I got it.
Nice.
Thank you for reminding me. Because I don't know how clever it actually is. But The Wire, other than that second season, boy, which really stunk.
The Shipyard season? Yeah, it's hard to get through.
The Wire, is always up there. A lot of people, critics and civilians, say that The Wire and The Sopranos are the two greatest television shows of all time, at least dramatic shows. And The Wire's pretty good, but boy, that sophomore slump, you really had to stay with it. And but a good show. I'd rather rewatch The Sopranos than rewatch The Wire.
Oh, I love The Sopranos. I never made it through The Wire. I did the first season, started the second season, and just it's such a trudge. I never made it through.
Well, it's still there. Maybe you go back and do it.
I got to watch the Squid Games reality show.
You're watching that?
I did.
Really?
I watched the first few episodes.
Okay, didn't we do a story about that show losing a bunch of money and people like suing them for getting hurt and stuff?
Something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So my sister's fiance was watching it, and I was like, I thought they shut this down because a bunch of people got hurt. But he's like, I don't know, they're still going.
Like the first few episodes were, I enjoyed it. I thought it was pretty good.
I don't understand the premise. I mean,
they play a Squid Game, but they don't actually kill the people.
For $4 million, though.
But that was the hook of the show, is they get killed.
Right, but you can't do that. But they still interesting games. Yeah,
mentally.
Killed emotionally.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I get so emotional.
Gwen's watching The Challenge. She likes that show a lot. Where I guess it's past reality stars who come back and do a series of.
Oh my God, that's on MTV.
Yeah.
Oh wow, she must really just love. She must think about like her reality TV past, because that show is not good.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know who any of the people are. She watches it. There's a couple of those shows
people
where
from Real World and Road.
Well, because there's a couple of the shows. She's watching one show because a friend of hers is on it. This guy Johnny Fairplay, who used to be
he was on Big
He was on Survivor.
Survivor, yeah.
Right.
So I only
So
know
she
that.
watches that because she knows him, but then she must know somebody on the challenge. Like a couple friends of mine from years ago were in the early days of the challenge and Road Rules, but they're not on that stuff anymore. This is a whole new breed of like just younger people that I don't know who they are. I mean, most of them seem to be British, but I don't know who they are.
I think anyone can get on it now. Before it used to be, that was like after you do Real World or after you do Road Rules, they want to keep you on TV. If you rate well, they'll put you on this show. And again, it's just at some foreign destination, and then it's a chance for them to win money.
It is funny to me, and you sent me the story, Cody, but it is funny how now they're coming knives out for the Golden Bachelor.
Why? What did he do?
Well, they're like, his past is different than what he said. I'm like, the guy's 71 years old.
They're trying to cancel him in his senior
But
citizen.
why? Like, could you just because I think
We're gonna take your pension.
a show like The Golden Bachelor, which was not going to be controversial because these divorced and widowed women are not going to be screaming at each other and throwing drinks like the younger generation reality shows. So I think they got to a point where they were like, this is too sweet. We need to figure out some dirt on these people. But my understanding is that these shows, the people who are on these things are so heavily vetted.
That's why I think it's always a setup. I never believe, this is why I can't believe reality TV, because they really do build you up to tear you down.
It's still a television show. They're going to produce it in a certain way. But the Hollywood Reporter put out this whole story about this woman who's like, he hasn't been single since his wife died. I lived with him. We were like, so what? He's 72 and they're like, he's not telling the whole truth.
Do you guys remember? Do you guys remember the one and only gay bachelor show they had?
Gay what?
No.
Bachelor show.
No.
It was called Finding Prince Charming. And they had it was like 30 dudes in one house fighting for the love of one other guy. And then at the end of the series.
This is the one that Lance Bass hosted?
Yeah. And
he produced it or something.
At the end of the series, they find out that he's an escort. And so he has to go on TV and do this big apology tour. Like, I'm sorry, I was escorting. I really needed the money for college. And he was like sending used condoms in the mail and stuff like that.
What?
Yes.
Is that a legit service where you can like mail your poop to people? Or you send them a potato with their birthday on it?
That's what they were doing. Because it wasn't enough for him to send it. He had to like record himself doing it.
Wow.
So like all of these shows, like they're just, they vet them and they're like, oh, he has enough dirt where we can make it a salacious story if it doesn't rate well. And that's exactly what they did. Because no one watched that Finding Prince Charming show.
I didn't even know it was a show.
Exactly. It was on VH1. And all the dudes in the house, shocker, they were all banging each other, so they didn't even really care about the dudes.
Right. I mean, what did you think was going to happen?
Dating shows don't work. It's like, why are we fighting for one dude when I have a plethora? I live with these people.
Like, you guys, we could all just like have sex. And they're like, oh yeah, like why don't we do that?
Why are we? Well, you put a show together like that so you can tick that box. So the network can go, look, we did a gay dating show, all right? Now shut up. And it went exactly the way we thought it would. Everybody banged everybody else. We knew that's what it was going to be, but you guys complained. There was no gay dating shows. Sopranos is the best show ever about a garbage man. Oh, because he was in waste management, supposedly. Yeah, so Gwen watches that. You want to hear something from Jenna? Because Jenna's been leaving messages.
It's time for Sweet Nothings with Jenna from Poland.
Today seems like a good day for some Eric Clapton.
This has been Sweet Nothings with Jenna from Poland.
I mean, she ain't wrong about that, boy. There is never a bad day for some Eric Clapton. I know he's an old racist git now, but I mean, whatever. I mean, I guess he was always racist. But he's still a hell of a player.
What's this song?
Forever Man, baby. I'm the Buzzard.
Okay, yeah.
Great song. From Behind the Sun, I think. Right? Mid-'80s?
My favorite song of his, You Don't Like Anymore.
Tears in Heaven.
No.
Change the World.
Yes.
Yeah.
I listen to that song all the time.
I think my wife and I,
learned
ex-wife
my
and I danced to
lesson
that. Yeah,
one
well.
time.
Well, that was his collab with Babyface. That was a very, very successful song for him.
Well, I came in singing it one time in Oak Tree. I was like, if I
I like
and you whipped around and you were like, that was our wedding song.
You
and
go,
I was
"No."
like, my bad.
Yeah.
I just heard it in the car.
I had not your fault. I had a visceral reaction
You
to it.
really did though, because you like never talked to anybody in that office, and I just came in humming it, and you were like, "What?" That's my wedding
Do
song.
not do that. I wonder how Jenna crossed paths with Eric Clapton.
I like It's in the Way That You Use It.
It's a great song, too.
That's a great song.
Yeah.
Is that song about peanut butter?
Yes.
It's from a movie. What movie?
I don't know.
Dirty Dancing.
No, it was the theme song to
Top Gun.
No.
Oh, Barney's Playhouse.
The Color of Money.
Oh.
It was the sequel to The Hustlers. Paul Newman and a young Tom Cruise.
It's a good movie. I didn't realize that song was in it. I haven't seen that movie since I was probably 14.
It's the lead track on Clapton's August album, which is still to this day one of my. It's mid '80s Clapton, which big fans of his consider to be kind of a fallow period. But I love that album, front to back. August 1986. There's not a dud in the bunch, boy. It's Eric Clapton. It's Phil Collins playing the drums on every song. It's got a Tina Turner collab on it.
Wait, Color of Money was a sequel to The Hustler?
To The Hustler, yeah.
The Hustler.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm thinking of The Sting.
That's Jackie Gleason.
Yeah.
Eric Clapton and John Mayer have a song together, I think.
All right.
He's racist. My penis is racist.
That's how they became good friends. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if Crossroads is a John Mayer
Britney
original.
Spears?
No. It's off of his. I don't think it is. It's off of.
No, Crossroads is like a really
went
old
down
blues.
to the yeah.
No, that every blues guitarist ever has
played
that
that.
song. Yeah.
Okay, well, it's on. John Mayer put it on his the one album that came out in 2009. I'm friggin' blanking. Battle Studies. It was on there, which is obviously the first time I ever heard it. But there's a version of those two doing it together.
No, Cream with Clapton famously did a great version of it, but it's an old song.
This doesn't sound like it.
He probably did his own version. You're thinking of John Mayer covered the Bone Thugs and Harmony version.
No. I don't think so.
You don't think so? That's not the one?
Get to the
All
lyrics.
right.
Yeah, this is it.
Yeah, it's a Robert Johnson song.
Okay.
The guy that
I
sold
didn't
his
think
soul
it
to
was-
the devil.
I didn't think it was his original.
No. This is a song that white boys play to prove that they're down with the blues. John Mayer's no different.
And Freaks and Geeks is the song that Jason Segel had to play to volunteer for or to audition for a real band, and he could not play it.
What movie?
It was the series Freaks and Geeks.
Oh, Freaks and Geeks.
Great show. Great show.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Crossroad
John's-
Blues is the song, but they did his Crossroad.
His version's much slower and way. I don't know. I like it better.
I got a break. You want to text 35192. AlanCoxShow.com to watch live, and you can listen on the iHeartRadio app.
Close to midnight.
This week, brand new stuff from Sophie Lloyd and Humanity's Last Breath, got local metal from Inherently Lost, and classics from Soulfly, God Forbid, and Obituary.
Boulevard at Nottingham, MLK near East Boulevard, Som Center Road at Wilson Mills Road. Jackie Roberts in the traffic center.
This report is sponsored by Mucinex Fast Max Kickstart.
Hey kids, breakfast.
Wow, making pancakes. Seems like you're feeling much better. It was the Mucinex Fast Max Kickstart Cold and Flu, right?
Yep, good thing I took it the other morning.
New Mucinex Kickstart. All in one and done release. Use as directed.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos, Tequila, and Whiskey Studios. Voted Best Taco by Cleveland Scene and Cleveland Magazine.
The Buzzard.
The home of the buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
I'm sure it'll work for people on vacation when they don't have to do something, but I can't imagine it working on a day-to-day basis.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
And if you're watching the show live at AlanCoxShow.com, thanks once more to Dane Gleeballs for helping out today and assisting. Your Cavaliers pregame set to go right off at 6:30 tonight. 7 o'clock is your tip-off of the Robo-Fijo in Cleveland, Ohio against the Portland Trail Blazers. Cavs are 10-8. Is Darius Garland the best point guard in the East? That's what some people say. Is Karis LeVert the best Karis in the entire NBA? Some people are saying that. I don't know. Hey, tonight, though, that'll happen for you. 7 o'clock. And then the Cavs hit the road for a couple of weeks. They'll play the Pistons in Detroit on Saturday night at 7 o'clock. And you can hear all of it here on WMMS, your FM home for Cleveland Cavaliers basketball. Mere hours remaining, as a matter of fact. If you find yourself currently doing some shopping with CLE Clothing Company, you have until midnight tonight to use the promo code GRAVY. That'll get you 20% off for the remainder of today. And then tomorrow, as December kicks in, unbelievably, tomorrow, the first day of December, you'll want to switch to cheer, as in all-temper cheer. I believe that's the reference you're trying to make. For 20% off. CLE Clothing Co. If you're in one of their stores, do it. Whisper, very, very breathily. When you check out, just go cheer. And if you're doing it online, you don't have to do that because there's no clerk, but you can still whisper it to yourself. I'm not going to tell you what to do. I think that's probably a pretty good idea.
No! Hell no!
All right. Well, then, what?
Nothing.
You okay?
No. No! Hell no!
All right, sir.
What a reaction.
I know, right? God, it just comes out of nowhere. I was goofing around with my daughter this morning, getting her ready for school, and she just looks at me and goes, "Why are you like this?" It really cut me to the bone.
Nice.
I'm like, is that a rhetorical question or?
I mean, she's not wrong.
Yeah, well, I said,
what was your answer?
Had a pretty lucrative career being like this. So you like your life?
Was there something specific that was happening? That
I'm
made
always
you-
goofing around with her and trying to, it's the morning, and I understand a lot of people don't want to hear jokes first thing in the morning. But I'm like, what good?
That's why we're on in the afternoon.
That's right, everybody. Well, they've asked me. We want you to move to the morning. Nope. Can't do it. I said, I don't remember what I said specifically, but she just kind of, gave me that look, that heavy-lidded look.
Ugh.
Her sarcastic, yeah. And she goes, "Why are you like this?" And, of course, Gwen's upstairs howling. And I said, what good is life if you can't be making jokes all the time?
Some people are not big fans of that.
Oh, that's my favorite.
I've learned.
Well, I just laugh at them.
Whatever. Huh?
I say I just laugh at them because they're their joke and they really get pissed.
Right.
Well, anyway. And so when we get to school and we're walking up the sidewalk there, I said, "So when you said, why are you like this, what did you mean?" And she said, "Well, always making really bad dad jokes all the time." Yeah. And I said, "Yeah, but there are no good dad jokes. They are fundamentally bad. That's the humor in them, is that they're not great. Nobody goes, 'Oh, my God, that's a great dad joke.'" I said, "And I am a dad.
Right.
So, but nevertheless, it was such a it was such a
I'm itchy.
some of that Chad Daniels thing. Mary, it's a little late in the day to be doing live thirst traps.
Is it red?
Yeah. Dr. Berglund won't be here until 2024.
Well, then what am I supposed to do?
I don't know.
With my clavicle.
I don't know. Do you have a function tonight that you're worried about a rash?
Yeah, I'm going to the Lee Bryce concert at Playhouse Square. It's WGAR's...
Who is Lieb Rice?
Lieb is a common name.
Lieb.
No, it's the...
Yeah, remember Lieb it to Eber?
It's WGAR's country Christmas party.
Okay.
I don't know the official name of it, and I probably should. But it's their annual, like, here we go for Christmas.
I thought they just had a festival. How many goddamn country festivals?
Keeping the Christ in Christmas WGAR
Okay, first of all,
extravaganza.
that's not what it is.
It's their Winter Wonder Jam.
Winter Wonder Jam.
Where's it a cold Christmas?
I like it. He is one of my favorites.
Lee Bryce, Corey Kent, and Chase Beckham.
Chase Beckham won American Idol. Corey Kent, I think, is pretty new.
This is tonight at the Connor Palace Theater. Playhouse Square seems like a hoity venue for the Christmas Wonder.
I agree.
The Country Wonder Jam.
I didn't dress up. I invited my girlfriend.
That's what you're wearing?
I'm not wearing the hoodie. I have that. I just have on a black shirt and a pair of black pants.
Okay.
But I didn't want to wear like a big fancy dress or anything because I'm walking to Playhouse Square and it's freezing outside.
Mm-hmm.
And also, there's going to be people there in shorts and flip-flops anyway.
You think?
Yes.
It's still cold outside.
Yes,
Yeah,
but they're
it's
also
country
hillbillies.
concert,
Yes.
yeah.
That's what I mean.
And it's Cleveland, doesn't
It's
matter.
gonna be
but
big
they're
fat hillbillies in flannels with flip-flops.
You don't think, and I'm going to sound stupid saying this, but you don't think that some country fans are like, well, I'll dress up for this.
I'm sure there
They
will
might.
be.
Yeah,
I'll get my nicest jeans and my
Yeah.
boots.
Mm-hmm.
I think it'll be a nice array. You're going to have the people who go all out and dress up, and
You're going to have sweatpants. You're going to have,
yeah,
you're going to have it all.
Are you worried that you're going to end up sitting, because this isn't a lawn situation where you're a bit more mobile, there's going to be seats there at Playhouse Square. Are you concerned that you might end up seated behind somebody wearing a 10-gallon hat? A giant
have
Stetson.
horrible luck at concerts.
Mhm.
Even though I spend good money on legitimate seats, there's always someone in a hat or a dude who's 6'5" who insisted on buying front row tickets. I swear to you, and I've been an advocate for this, I think there should be a height limit on the first 5 rows. Like, you should not be allowed to be taller than 5'10" and be in the front row of a concert.
Now, this is one of our radio stations.
Yes.
Carletta and Waz and all those guys, we work with them.
Mhm.
Did you ask, hey, can I get tickets in a particular area? Or
No, these tickets were a birthday present.
Okay.
So we're going tonight. My friend Kelsey and I are going tonight. She's taking the Rapid downtown from Berea.
Hey, you won't sit in traffic.
Well, that was her whole thing with like having a park, and there's a Cavs game at 7, and
Yep.
the show starts at 7:30. She texted me. She's like, "I'm on the Rapid." I was like, "I have not even thought about the Rapid since I cannot tell you the last time I even remembered that Cleveland had a
I mean,
train
it's not
system.
called
Absolutely one time.
It's not called the Slow.
It's
Mary.
true. That's true.
The slow pit.
But yeah,
Where is she coming in from?
Berea. There's a station right by the airport.
I've literally taken the Rapid one time. It was years ago. I took it from Lakewood to downtown.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know where it goes. Every so often I'll be driving and I'll see a Rapid thing and I'll go, oh, it comes out here?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't either.
Yeah.
well, when
it's a different world because there's people who that's how they get around.
Yeah.
It's a completely different world that I'm not a part of.
I live
And I'm
by-
very pro public transportation.
I live by the one that was near Bunce. So I've taken that one a few times. Well, it's like 140th. So I would take that one pretty regular to Cavs games at one point and like Guardians games and stuff like that. And then now I'm near the 117th one. And that's the one I took when I went to the parade.
Mm-hmm.
And the girl that I was dating at the time was like, why are you getting up so early? I'm like, because I want to get a sponge. She's like, well, I'm really cranky when I don't get enough sleep. I'm like, then don't go.
Don't come. Yeah.
I don't care.
Yeah.
I'm going. And then she's like, all right, I'll get ready. I'm like, I'm leaving.
No, I'm like out the
Bye.
door. Yeah.
And-
But
Now
she
it
got
is-
dressed and made it.
It is 47 degrees, which this time of year, it's
That's pretty
down,
warm.
it's downright balmy.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to take my hoodie off. I have on my nice gray T-shirt. underneath.
Gray.
But yeah, I'm excited about that. Although I always tell myself I'm going to go into concerts blind. And then
With a blindfold on?
Yes. But then day of, I always look up the set lists of like what they've been playing for the last couple weeks. And he hasn't played my favorite song all year. And that bums me out.
Will you, again, this is one of our radio station's Christmas festivals. I bet if you put a bug in someone's ear,
I thought
Jay-Z or Carletta, you go, hey, could you have the guy play this song?
I was going to ask Carletta, but it felt like too much. To be like, hey, tell him to play my favorite song.
Did you tell her you're going?
Yeah, I told her I'm going.
And I'm sure she was very receptive to that.
Oh, yeah.
Happy
She's
to
super
have you
excited.
there,
Yeah.
right?
But, yeah. His
Say,
favorite
hey,
song.
could you ask Lieb?
Could you please tell Lieb, Mr.
If
Rice?
he-
Mr. Rice, will you please?
Mr. Rice.
It's called A Woman Like You. It's a love song. It's very cute.
Yeah.
And I love it so much. But I went through his playlist.
All right, let's hear this.
You're not going to like it. He's going to
not.
play 3 chords of it, and you're not going to like it. But I went
hear
through like past to the summer, and it hasn't been on any of the set lists.
It's got to be better than Uma Thurman.
Shut up.
Anything
it's
is
a love
better than
song.
Uma
It's a
Thurman.
love song. That's country. It's getting drunk in the sun or being in love. Those are the 2 country songs you're going to
I
get.
like when it's a woman's song and then it's about killing your husband.
Stabbing your tires.
Or guns.
Drifting off to the evening news. She said, honey, what would you do if you'd have never met me? I just laughed, said, I don't know.
Yeah, you're
Ugh.
That's all I'm going to. That's all you
sweet.
It's so.
No one's saying it's
Yeah,
not
it's
sweet. I'm
very
getting
sweet,
cavities
but
just
yeah.
listening to it.
So sweet.
Why didn't they book me for this?
on the
I could have
nose.
performed
For the
my
country jam?
Yeah, my truck, my beer, my guns.
Oh, you could have. Well, maybe
about?
because you only have one song with
My
one
truck,
verse.
my deer. Your presents.
Oh, there you go.
Make a Christmas
My
version.
sleigh, my deer,
Yeah.
your gifts. Say it again. I checked my list 3 times. Say it again.
My truck, my beer, my guns. Say it again. My truck, my beer, my guns. Say it again. My truck, my beer, my guns. Say it again. My truck, my beer, my guns. Say it again.
It is a better song.
It is not.
It's a better song.
Anyway, Lee Bryce he's got a ton of hits. He's
Are
written
they
a lot
his
of
or are
songs.
they doing covers?
No, I don't think the only time I've seen him one other time live and he killed it. He did so well. But he also does a mashup
So
of
he
all
did
this.
covers?
Are you done being annoying for like once in your life? He also does a mashup of songs that he's written. So I guess you can
No.
call those covers, but they're not really covers because he wrote them for other people. Is that
Okay.
still a cover?
Those are his songs.
Those are his
Yeah.
songs. So he'll do, or at least the last time I saw him, he did like a 6 or 7 minute compilation.
What
of
happens is people don't realize somebody else wrote it, and then they think you're covering a song that you wrote.
Well, he
because
straight up-
somebody else made it a big song.
Yeah, last time I saw him, he said, these next couple minutes, you guys probably don't know this about me. I've written a lot of songs for other people, so I'm just going to do kind of a mashup. And he did 20 seconds for 7 minutes straight of, hey, here's
Right.
all these huge songs I've written that maybe you didn't know.
I mean, it was a long time before anybody realized that Dolly Parton wrote I Will Always Love You, because
Yeah.
Whitney Houston made it a massive song.
Mm-hmm.
And so we're like, why is Dolly covering Whitney? And she got that quiet money. She didn't care. She's like,
Yeah.
I made a lot of money
Doesn't
off
matter to me.
I did want to follow up, too, because some people had asked. There's a lot of potato chip-oriented news this week. We're talking about that lawyer who was throwing the Pringles can full of his own feces he had a client who, I don't know if things didn't go well for him. He's a defense attorney outside Columbus. And he threw a Pringles chip can, full size, filled with his own poop. That must have been heavy.
Yeah.
He has been suspended. Disciplinary action, a guy named Jack Blakesley. And they are thinking that they're not sure if they're going to charge him with something yet, but they have suspended him and may take up a complaint with the Ohio Bar Association.
When feathers get ruffled, there are chip crimes.
Oh, God.
Miles is busy, huh?
I don't know.
Oh, man.
And Akron, I don't know how hip you are to Akron clubs, but there's a gentleman's club called Lusty Adventures.
Yes.
That sounds great.
I don't know if it's a sister establishment to Sassy Sensations.
Sassy Sensations is like a porn shop.
Adult shop, yeah.
It's not a club.
But a club, I would think, could have a sister establishment in an adult toy shop.
It's not unheard of.
Yeah. A guy got shot in the face
With what?
the other night.
Oh.
A rubber band.
Hey.
Outside of Lusty Adventures, because he refused to share his potato chips with a guy who walked up to him. A guy was just standing outside the Lusty Adventures and I guess feeling peckish. And so he's standing there around 9 o'clock at night. And somebody walks by and goes, "Hey, man, give me some of them chips." And he said no. And the guy pulled out a large handgun and shot him in the face.
Ooh.
That's crazy.
Not life-threatening. He drove himself to Akron City Hospital.
Jeez.
But imagine that. See, this is why I think if I'm standing outside a gentleman's club and I'm eating some chips and a guy walks by and goes, "Hey, man, give me some of them chips," I go, "You know what? Take the bag."
Yeah, I don't need
You want
them.
the rest of these? I'm done.
Yeah, they probably look at that as like disrespect. Like, you think my hand's dirty? Like, you don't want me to dig in your bag?
But you're just a guy walking by and going, I go, "Man, here's $2. The little corner store there. You get your own
Well,
bag of chips."
Maybe I was going about it all wrong, because there would be plenty of times I would be drunk on the streets of Akron and walking home, and there would be a homeless guy. I just would pretend like they're not even there. I wouldn't even look at them. I would just stare straight ahead. They'd be like, "Hey, I'm talking to you." And I'd keep walking, and they would ignore him. My friend, on the other hand, he was like, "Well, what do you want? Leave us alone, blah, blah, blah." I'm like, "Don't interact with them." And he threw his Subway sandwich at him one time. Well, no, he didn't throw it. He gave it to him.
Now, see, I was going to say that would be assaulting someone.
No, he didn't throw it. He gave it to him, and then the guy was like, "Well, do you got any money?" And he was like, "No." He like threw the Subway sandwich and ran.
Jesus.
Yeah.
This guy, coincidentally, did ask if the chips were assaulted.
Yep.
Anyway, the guy got
Assaulted
away.
in vinegar.
The guy got away. They're looking for the guy, but they have no idea where he is.
Haters gonna hate these chip crimes.
So, anyway.
Why are
Speaking
you like
of
this?
Speaking of a sister establishment. So, yeah, listen, there's just stay safe out there. That's all I can tell you. Shot in the face over potato chips.
That's crazy.
Good God. I don't know what to tell you.
Oh, God, I'm trying to do so bad. I'm trying to come up with
What?
one. They're not good at all.
Oh, potato chip puns?
Yeah.
I mean, we got it covered. It's
Shots
okay.
in
No
the face,
longer.
and us to blame.
Oh.
You give Lay's a bad name.
He did it. Bill Squire at the Agora on December 22nd.
Yeah, and Mary, this Sunday, where's your thing?
Oh, I'm opening for John Armstrong's album recording at Dunlap's at 7:30.
He's great. Go to that.
Very good. I'm very excited. When life's no longer Funyun.
Could work.
Oh, it could work, right?
Mm-hmm. It
I think
absolutely
so.
could.
I think so. Kettle.
Go ahead.
Kettle cooked.
When feathers get ruffled, there are chip crimes.
All right.
I don't know.
We just talked about this the other day. There's Stacks.
Uh-huh.
There's
Pringles.
There's crisps and chips and all kinds of stuff. But please, just don't act a fool out there. Just be a nice guy or girl or woman.
Or eat snacks that no one wants.
Something.
When they go to jail, they're no longer freed, toe. I gotta go. Let me have the show.
Man, there's crimes happening in here right now. Crimes against comedy. Alan, I take the rabbit just to check out the graffiti from time to time. All right.
Dude, the last time, and maybe the
Girl,
only
get
time.
Netflix.
Yeah, right. I think the only time I've ever been on the Rapid, I skipped school to come down to the St. Patrick's Day parade one year, and we all had water bottles full of vodka, and my flavor that year was green apple. And I
How
drank.
big were these water bottles?
Like your regular 16 ounce or 18 ounce or whatever,
Okay.
but it was completely full of vodka. There was nothing else in it.
Not one of these.
No,
Yeah.
like a plastic water bottle. And then, but then we had Gatorade on the side to chase.
To hydrate.
Obviously. I drank that entire water bottle of vodka. I threw up a ton, and I fell asleep on the Rapid. I remember that coming home. And I slept.
Did you get to the end of the line and somebody had to wake you up?
Yeah, they were like, "Dude, we gotta go. Get off, you know." And so we go back to my girlfriend's house, and then I threw up a bunch of green apple flavored bile, and then from that day on, I could never have anything green apple flavored again. And I was pissed because Apple Crown came out not long after that, and you would mix
Apple
the
Crown's
Apple Crown with like cranberry juice, and from just the smell of it, it made me gag because I was like, no, I drank 8 shots of green apple vodka and couldn't even handle myself.
I like whiskey. I can never get into Crown. Can never get into Crown
I always
Royal.
liked it. Crown and Coke, Crown
No,
and
it's very
ginger.
popular. I know people love like the apple and the. It's not my thing, man.
Yeah, a group of I think that was my sophomore year of high school. A group of us all skipped school and went down to the parade, and we were just hammered children running around downtown Cleveland.
Alan, it's all Funyun games until somebody gets shot in the face.
There it is.
Fittingly, Lee Bryce, Corey Kent, and Chase Beckham are all names of white paints over at Sherwin-Williams, I'm being told. Hey.
Lieb Rice.
Lieb Rice.
Like
I
eggshell.
want our sunroom, Lieb Rice. Ecru. All right, I got a break. Want to get the last word in? Send me a text, 35192 630. Cavs pregame gets going, and then 7 o'clock, they will tip off against Portland over at the Romo Fijo.
The Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
This is Chris Broussard. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Staples Stores.
NFC playoff hopefuls set to collide tonight. That's when the Cowboys host Seattle. Both teams are in line for wildcard bids. Browns offensive coordinator Alex Van Pelt says Joe Flacco has a lot left in the tank, citing this week's projected starting QB's elite arm strength and his accuracy. And the Cavaliers go for a third straight win tonight when they host the Trailblazers. In college hoops, Kent State entertains Shawnee State. I'm Scott Davidson.
Staples Holiday Deals mean amazing savings for the holiday season on hot tech like laptops, game systems, earbuds, and more. Right now, save up to $350 on select PCs. In-store only. Offer ends 12/23. See an associate for details. Have yourself a merry little holiday deal at Staples.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go. Shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit notimetowait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Kia of Streetsboro. It's the season of giving back at Kia of Streetsboro. Wrap up the perfect gift for your loved ones like